funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, what's going on, gang? We are back live today. Welcome. On a Thursday, right? Thursday. We had some unscheduled sum-up shows middle of the week. Some circumstances beyond our control, is what I'll say. And but back live today, so we would love to have you along. My name's Alan Cox. Rob Anthony's right over there.
It's not my name.
People, I'll tell you later on why I'm doing that, okay?
Oh, all
R.
right.
Edward Anthony
Hi.
is right over there.
Okay.
I'm still getting messages. Still.
With the middle name thing?
Yes.
Okay, well, never mind. Rob Anthony it is.
Well,
fine.
no, listen.
No, if it's not going to stick, I'll come up with something else. Rob Anthony's here. Hello. Hi, Alan. How are you?
I want you to be called what you want to be called, and if R. Edward Anthony is what you want to be called, then by God,
You people are animals.
in the name of the sweet baby Jesus, that's what we should call you. But in the meantime, you can call me Dr. Elgin Glimrimple. That'll be an easy one to remember.
I like it.
Tux Flamingo. That'll be my new air name from here on out. Anyway, if you'd like to join us, 216-578-1007. Kat will join us in a bit. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. 35192. That's the number you can text me, whatever crosses your mind. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, which you can do live, you can also leave those talkback messages there for us. And email me, Alan at AlanCockshow.com, the quickest way to do that. We were out Tuesday. These were very much... Well, yesterday was a last-minute thing, right? I was here putting the show together, and then life took a turn, as it does. Took a turn. What was it, a hard left? Which way did it take a turn?
Pretty straight, actually. I think it was
pretty
more
straight. Okay.
More straight than turn. And
yeah.
My oldest got into a car accident, so I got a call. I was in a meeting, and I ignored. Usually, she calls me on her way to work. We talk every morning, and I'm like, okay, hey. Can't talk kind of thing.
Did you start to say, usually I ignore her calls?
No.
Is that what you were starting to say?
No. Usually I answer.
Oh,
she calls me, just about every day. But she was on her way between schools. She goes to the high school. She goes to the career center. So she was in between, and she got into an accident on the way. So she called my wife. Then my wife texted me and said, what are you doing? I said, I'm in a meeting. And she's like, Caitlin just got into a car accident. What are you doing? And I.
Oh, your wife called you, not your daughter.
She texted me, and I called my daughter.
Yeah, okay.
And she told me what happened.
But she's okay.
She's okay. She's totally fine. I took her. I took her to the ER as a precaution just to make sure. But she has, she had a little seatbelt burn and airbags went off and stuff. But she's perfectly fine. She's a little sore and embarrassed, but she's fine.
You got to get the car fixed.
I got to get the car fixed.
Oof.
I was talking to the body shop guy,
yeah.
And he goes, they used to call these 5-mile-an-hour bumpers. Now they call them 5-mile-an-hour front ends because they're designed to literally do what it did. He's like, your car did exactly what it's supposed to do.
They're plastic now.
Yeah, it's all that plastic, and even some of the metal is just, it's supposed to break and let go, so that way it goes to the actual bumper itself, so you're not going to affect everything else. It takes the impact away from the driver.
Yeah.
But like the radiator and stuff, there was no fluids, it didn't break and get closer to the fan, and so everything is okay. We'll see if they can fix it. I don't know. The airbag's going off is going to be pricey, so we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, my son, his car got totaled because his girlfriend was driving to class. She's still in school. She dropped him off somewhere and then was driving to class, and somebody T-boned her. So he called me, and he was like, hey.
Was she okay?
She's fine, too. Yeah,
good.
she's fine, too. But the insurance company totaled the car out, and so then he calls me. He's like, hey, I go, well, aren't you going to get money from the insurance? He goes, well, that pretty much zeroes out with the car. I'm like, okay. So listen, it's always something. Always something. Again, not to put too fine a point on it, but I will say this. So happy Rob's daughter's fine. So happy my son's girlfriend is okay. She's a lovely girl. But let's be real. Who knows how long that's going to last, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom line is, it's just another reason for those of you who are on the fence, and I mean environmental issues aside. I mean cultural or political things aside. Another reason, listen to me closely, never have kids, all right? I can't say, I love all of mine. I lay down my life. I have no regrets about my children, but just if you want to keep your money, and I know a lot of you know this and you laugh every time one of us has one of these dumb stories about something our kids have done. Just hang on to your money, live your life. You'll be fine. We already have too many cabbages. Don't listen to Elon Musk, all right? We already have too many cabbages on the planet. And we'll be fine. We'll be fine if you don't have children.
I'll tell you, man, between the money and how much I aged yesterday, I mean, that's the one text phone call as a parent you never want to get.
Well,
right?
I was here, like I said, I was here putting the show together, and I walked out there, and you were on the phone, and you were like white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I've seen that look.
I just didn't know what the severity of it was until I spoke to her. And even then, it was like, your little girl's, I live in Medina. I'm 40 minutes away from her, so I was pooping rocks at that point, But
yeah,
thankfully everything worked out. The day before was a planned thing. I mean, I had talk about a crazy 24 hours, right? Like we went, she got accepted to Mount Union for the nursing program. So we went and we did this big nursing thing. It was great. It was like such a great family thing. We're walking the campus. I buy the goodies, the T-shirts and sweatshirts and hats and welcome it. Then the next day, smashes up her car and talk about that full range of emotion. So sorry
honey,
about that second unplanned
This is
day.
going to come out of your. This is going to come out of your college. This is going to come out of your college money. I'm afraid the money that would have gone to your higher education, honey, is now going to go into the car.
And we spoke about it last night. I was like, Caitlin, don't you know?
You'll be taking the bus.
Don't you realize that there's more at stake here and there's more people involved than just you? You let the fans of the Alan Cox Show down yesterday. This was on you, not on me.
And by the
I wasn't
way,
driving that car.
And let me just say this. I'm sure that it's an anomaly, but at least for one day, it was nice to feel like the audience, to a large degree, pivoted. Because on the one hand, when people are angry and send me nasty messages when the show is not on live, I don't get angry. Because to engender that kind of rage in someone because the dumb thing you do for them for free is not on, that means that they're invested. So I don't ever get mad at people who are mad. However, this time around, it was a lot of, hey, I hope everybody's okay.
Well, especially coming off of our...
I hope everyone's all right. And I was like, well, look at this. Maybe this audience... But then you have the conspiratorial people as well.
Yeah.
The Mark Nolan Show, we share this studio with them. He and Jen Pachano do the morning show for Magic 105.7 here in the morning in Studio C. And then we occupy it here in the afternoon. But Jen Pachano has been on vacation this week, so it's been Mark Nolan solo. And I got a couple of messages from people who were like, and you know what? You can't even blame them for thinking that the two are connected because of the way this company is run. Randomly firing people, who knows what the hell's going on at any given time? We don't know. By extension, how could the audience possibly know when we don't even know what the hell's going on around here? But there were people that were like, you guys are off and Jen Pachano's been gone, and is there a connection? And there's absolutely no connection.
Nope.
That I'm aware of.
Nope.
That I'm aware of. I know that Jen had a scheduled vacation this week, so there's nothing hinky there. But we had a couple of unplanned situations this week, But anyway, it's fine. Back live today and tomorrow. Brooks Wheelan is going to be in here later on. He spent one glorious season on Saturday Night Live about a decade ago. But he's been doing stand-up ever since, and he's a funny dude, and he's doing This Weekend at Hilarities. He hasn't been in here in a minute. We haven't seen Brooks Wheelan in a while, so he'll be in a little bit later on. I will still have plenty of tickets to give to you. The Pantera show I mentioned this when they first announced Pantera and Amon Amarth. I was writing some internal notes to people here, and I go, hey, that's the last night of incarceration. I don't know, if that does anything with us. Anyway, Pantera ended up changing their date at Blossom so as not to coincide with incarceration. So Pantera was set to do July 20th at Blossom. They have moved that to Wednesday, July 23rd. So it's not like they kicked the can a month down the road. It's a couple of nights later. So I'll have Pantera and Amon Amarth tickets for you later on. Those are on sale tomorrow morning, so you'll get my last pair before they go on sale. Get you set up for Neil Young and Coheed in Youngstown and all kinds of other things. So I'll break here. You want to send me a text, 35192, to do that. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who
share this memorable and intimate conversation with Nobel laureate Geoffrey Hinton. Listen to Tech Stuff on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Tech Stuff to start listening.
The Alan Cox Show.
Here's a piece of strong cheese. Cheese has a sound, probably all of its own.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cavs playing tonight? Cavs play tomorrow night.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Beat the Magic pretty handily. Jesus, 40 points? Is that what they did?
Kicked the crap out of them.
In Orlando. Well, that was on Tuesday night. That was 122-82 Cavs in Boston. Play the Celtics tomorrow night. That'll be a 7:30 tip-off for a Friday night, 7 o'clock pregame on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. 100.7
W. Just sitting here staring at the monitor. When's it coming?
And then the Cavs are back home on Sunday to play the Portland Trail Blazers. And then I go out tomorrow night. Boy, I cannot wait. We're doing a lot of these for the Bud Light Mini Hoops Tournament all March long. I'm doing a ton of these in a very short period of time, trying to get you to Vegas. And the grand prize is $10,000. So tomorrow night's the very first one. Not going too far away. Going to do West Park Station tomorrow night from 7 to 9. And then Saturday, I'll be at the Porch in Willoughby from 7 to 9 as well. But there's about 9 or 10 of these in the next couple of weeks. So if you want to see the full schedule, find out where I might be closest to you, getting to the east side a few times too, which east siders always lament the fact that when we do events, we're not on that side very often. And I share your pain. So anyway, go to AlanCoxShow.com, hit the contest page, and you'll see. But the inaugural is tomorrow night, the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Tournament with yours truly at West Park Station. They're right on Lorraine Avenue and lovely at Bucolic, Cleveland, Ohio, with WMMS and Bud Light. Is the water back on yet?
It is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. I just went for a nice pish.
We got an email yesterday that the water was going to be turned off. They're doing some construction across the street back here on Prospect, and somebody hit a water main or something. I don't know. It's very cramped corners over there. They're across the street. It used to be like a Christian Science reading room or something. I don't know. And now they're building out some Urban Meyer sports bar megaplex. I don't know what the hell they're doing. But anyway, it's a lot of construction over there. And so we got an email that the water was going to be off today. And, of course, when you get an email like that in a building like this, there is no plan B. There is no, what do we do? It's just, the water's off. Okay. So I've been brewing a heater all day long. It's really throwing me off, bro. You know, I have a very specific number 2 schedule, right? I go first thing in the morning, I go midday, and I go at night. I can set my watch by it. And so now I'm off one. And so when I went to have a pish, like 90 minutes before the show, water was still off. But you just go in a urinal. I wasn't going to go take a dump with no water.
You just leave it.
I'm not going to do that. I'm a grown man. I mean, I can sit. But now that it's on, and I'm not going to have, I don't think I'm going to have enough time in one of the breaks. Which means that tonight when I go, I'm going to be one movement behind.
Well, won't it all just catch up?
I don't know.
Doesn't work that way?
I guess we're going to find out, and I guess that's very exciting for me because I don't know.
Can you take notes and let us know tomorrow?
I
I'm
will.
anxious now. Like, will it be double the normal amount?
I don't know.
I bet you it will. If you're that regular, yeah.
All right.
If you're normally a 2-turd guy, you might be a 4-turd guy.
But also, double the amount doesn't worry me because each individual amount isn't much, right? It's still spread out thrice daily. But we'll see. But anyway, and I'm sure this is true of anybody who works somewhere and they go, hey, the water's going to be off. You go, and there is no and, right? There's going to be.
If you got to go, you go too, though, man. I hate to say it, but if you got to poop, you poop. Leave it. It'll be there.
I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't going to leave one in the bowl when there's no way to get it down.
I'm saying emergency.
Well,
if you got to go, there's no other choice.
I'm not in an emergency situation. It was more about my body knows what time it is. Do the circadian rhythms apply to your gastrointestinal situation? I don't know. Don't know.
I think that guy on the AM Doomblatt, he has an apartment upstairs or something. We could probably just go leave it there.
Yo, bro. Yeah, but there's no water there. Oh, you mean let it
just
sit?
Let it sit
in
there.
Its,
Yeah, it's
I
his
don't
place. Nobody else has to worry about it.
I don't want to do that to him.
I do.
That seems poor form. Gene Hackman died. Everybody's seen this by now. Very, very weird, strange circumstances. They haven't figured it out yet. I know Rob and I were speculating very early this morning simply because of the case as they stated it. Gene Hackman has been living in the desert for a long, long time. He retired probably almost 20 years ago. I posted a clip on my Instagram. He was on this show back in 2011. He had already retired. He was doing press for a book. He was an author by then, and he was writing Westerns. And he had written a book called Payback at Peacock Creek or something like that. And he was on a book tour, and he did this show. The one and only time that Gene Hackman had been on the show, and we had a lot of fun. And, you know, depending on what you had heard about the guy, that he was, in real life, could be very much like the irascible characters that he played in movies. But, you know, he's in Bonnie and Clyde and The French Connection. And, I mean, this guy, just his body of work, he's a big, big deal. Lex Luthor in the Superman movies when I was a kid. He had a bit part in Young Frankenstein. My favorite, I was texting Stansbury earlier, my favorite Gene Hackman movie is one where he's not even the lead. It's called No Way Out. And it's Kevin Costner and it's Sean Young and Gene Hackman. I just love that movie. I've seen it a billion times. I could watch it a billion more. Hackman, but he was great in everything. And so the word comes out that he and his wife were found dead in their home in Santa Fe, New Mexico. He was much older than his wife, but they've been married a long time. Gene Hackman was 95 years old. His wife was 63, 62, I think 62. So they find him and his wife and their dog, all of them home. And the cops say, we don't suspect foul play. We want to let everybody know that there's no immediate danger to the community. So then I start, because Rob said, well, I thought you were serious, but you said you were joking, that they found the dog starved to death.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Because
the dog was dead.
Everybody thought, I think, carbon monoxide poisoning. And so that's what I started with. But then you said the dog was starved to death. I go, okay, well, then that means they were dead and the dog was still alive, which means no carbon monoxide poisoning. So my brain starts working. So then I go, oh, this is a murder-suicide. Because when the cops, again, pure speculation, it's just my mind spinning out, right? When the cops said there's no immediate threat to the community, that to me was, okay, people in that community, and again, this isn't, Pocatello, Idaho. Santa Fe is a sizable town there in New Mexico. But my thought was, okay, the cops put this out there because they knew that people in the community would hear that Gene Hackman and his wife had been shot. And that's why the local constabulary was like, there's no threat to. Now, I think all of that has been updated, and it's not the case. They said that they had not been shot. But when you first get this kind of information, there's never any details. They just go, here's what happened. They're dead. It does sound like maybe carbon monoxide.
Well, now it says suspicious circumstances.
Well, they do. So the update says that he and his wife had been dead for some time. They were in different rooms in the house. Maintenance worker discovered their bodies. So there was no wellness call or anything like that. Gene Hackman, his wife, and one of their dogs were apparently dead for some time, which means you wouldn't have recognized that it was Gene Hackman, right? Decomp, probably. He was found dead in a mud room, and his wife was found in a bathroom next to a space heater. There was an open prescription bottle and pills scattered on the vanity near his wife's body. So the sheriff goes, no indication that they had been shot or any wounds. But they also didn't find any, because they tested a gas line. They didn't find any signs of a carbon monoxide leak. So it's very interesting to me. There's a scenario here maybe that I'm missing. I mean, overdose maybe? They'll do a tox screen, I have to imagine. But if they determine that they have been dead for some time, that means you're out there in New Mexico, for God's sake.
It's cooking.
Yeah, so that stuff's going to happen even faster. A maintenance worker reported that the home's front door was open when he arrived to do routine work yesterday. And he found the bodies, called the cops, and he said that they rarely saw him or his wife, but that he had talked to them 2 weeks prior. Hackman appeared to have fallen, is what it says. Imagine he fell, died. She couldn't help him. She goes into the bathroom, overdoses on pills.
See, I was thinking the other way around. What if she OD'd, he found her, and then on his way to call the cops or whatever to ask for help, he falls, breaks his hip.
Yeah, it's all sad and gross because this is what happened to Bob Saget.
Yeah.
Remember, he fell in his hotel room, hit his head, bled out. So it's pretty wild. So as they're putting this together, that's the information as it stands. Hackman appeared to have fallen. A pair of sunglasses and a cane were nearby. He was 95 years old. So he had been, I don't think he was ever seen in public, maybe around Santa Fe. I think once in a while you'd see a photo of Gene Hackman, and obviously he looked every bit of 95 years old.
He looked old. He
was wearing a blue shirt, gray sweatpants, yeah, and slippers. A dead German Shepherd was found in the bathroom closet near his wife. 2 healthy dogs were still on the property, one inside, one outside. If they had had cats, those bodies would have been picked clean.
Bones.
Bones and all, like Chalamet. I'm telling you. You cat owners, you know what awaits you if you die in your apartment.
The dog in the closet thing just feels so weird. Like a German, I mean, I know they're massive closets, right? They're not like my bathroom closet.
I got a dog in the closet and one in the yard. Gene Hackman's on the floor and...
What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I was channeling Cage the Elephant there for a second. I got a dog in the closet and one in the yard. Gene Hackman is dead and his wife is... What rhymes with yard?
Oh, don't.
So it's pretty, all of it's wild. Pretty wild.
Card.
And his wife's playing cards. So I posted this on my Instagram. This is from 2011. I flipped the coin, Gene, between the conversation and under suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
And it landed on under suspicion.
Under suspicion.
Do you ever turn on the television and go, I forgot I did that movie?
Yeah.
Under suspicion, you and Morgan Freeman and Thomas Jane.
Oh, right. Yes, I've forgotten the title. That was a film that I had been trying to do for 10, 15 years. You know, we tried to do what we thought was right with that film, but I guess it didn't reach a great many people.
You know, you talk to actors all the time, and they'll say, you know, once I'm done in the film, I have no control over it. Got no control over the editing, no control over the marketing, which unfortunately goes a long way toward people actually seeing it.
The big excuse is an actor says to himself, if I had had a chance to edit that particular scene, I could have made that work. I don't think that's really true.
You don't think so?
No, I think if it's there, if the performance is there, it'll show.
Love Gene Hackman. So everybody's got their own favorite Gene Hackman movie. A lot of people love Hoosiers. I was more of a Blue Chips man, quite frankly. But Hoosiers was great, too.
There's a tradition in tournament play. Not talk about the next step until you've climbed the one in front of you. I'm sure going to the state finals is beyond your wildest dreams, so let's just keep it right there. Forget about the crowds, the size of the school, their fancy uniforms, and remember what got you here. Focus on the fundamentals that we've gone over time and time again. And most important, don't get caught up thinking about winning or losing this game. If you put your effort and concentration into playing to your potential, to be the best that you can be, I don't care what the scoreboard says at the end of the game, in my book, we're going to be winners. Okay? All right! Let's go! Let's go! Let me hear it!
Was that him banging erasers on the board at the end there? Was that what?
Yeah, he started clapping, the slow clap.
Ooh, so scared, chubby wubby.
Okay. That's the way to do it, I guess. That's how you motivate. Take note, high school and college basketball coaches. Hoosiers.
Yeah, we were just talking about him like 2 weeks ago.
We were.
Because you hadn't seen The Birdcage.
Nope, hadn't seen The Birdcage.
Will you watch it now?
Most of his movies I haven't seen. But I love The Conversation. I love Crimson Tide. Love No Way Out. Yeah, I'll watch The Birdcage.
Good. You'll like it.
Hoosiers. My wife is a graduate of Indiana University. That's her alma mater. Mississippi Burning with Willem Dafoe. That's another classic film that people love from Gene Hackman. He and Dustin Hoffman were starving actors back in the day. I think Gene Hackman was from Danville, Illinois, and born in California, but his dad, I think, like split. His dad literally like waved out the window as he was taking off and leaving Gene Hackman and his mom. See you when I see you. One of those. And
want to grab some milk?
Yeah, he and Dustin Hoffman, as young actors, bunked together in New York, and they were lifelong friends. So I have to think that Dustin Hoffman is probably one of the people mourning Gene Hackman the most. And, because death comes in threes, the celebrities, it's completely eclipsed the announcement that an actress named Michelle Trachtenberg died. Now, I didn't watch the shows that she was on, but she was in, when she was a little kid, she was Harriet the Spy. She was on Gossip Girl. She was on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She was only 39. They found her in her apartment. They think it had something to do, complications from a liver transplant that she had. But that was the big story on Tuesday, and then the Gene Hackman thing kind of eclipsed that. But you might be familiar with her, maybe by her face. Again, I don't recall ever seeing her in something. I didn't watch Gossip Girl. I didn't watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I want to see the whole world, and I want to write down everything.
And if this is my last day as Gossip Girl, thanks to you, I'm going out with a bang.
All right.
Never watched that show.
No, Harriet the Spy in 1996. But she was only 39, and I guess people said that she had posted on her Instagram that she was not feeling well. She didn't look like her former self. She kind of looked very gaunt, and but that her liver transplant might have obviously led to some complications. And so Gene Hackman and Michelle Trachtenberg both die. Now, like I said, the celebrity deaths come in threes. And the third celebrity death, of course, is arguably the saddest. It's the death of the Joanne Fabrics chain. We talked about this a while back. Cat ladies and crafters nationwide have crocheted their flags at half-staff today. They tried to find another company to buy them. These craft stores are in real bad shape. Locally, Pat Catan's went through it, and Michael's goes through it, and all these places. Hobby Lobby, I don't know about them. I think they have the power of the Lord behind them, but Joanne Fabrics could not find a company after filing Chapter 11 that was going to save their locations, so they are closing all 800 Joanne Fabrics stores. And a lot of people are pointing to the fact that they made some what turned out to be bad choices during the pandemic. And what people saying that financially what they should have done was hold on to the money. I think that they thought that the pandemic was going to be really good for them, or that boom because people were at home. And for a while it was good for those kinds of companies. But I think they thought it was going to last longer than it was. And so rather than kind of socking some liquidity away, I think they opened like more stores or something. So it was just a reversal of fortune for them. And of course, the people at the very top, they're going to be fine, right? It doesn't matter how well the company's doing. They still get their bonuses. And so then these companies can end up tanking from those decisions. But the Joanne Fabrics, and of course we talked about this a while ago when they first announced Chapter 11, but a storied chain founded in 1911 by Joanne Francine Abrix. And all of those stores are going to be closing. So I guess that's good news for the remaining chains. I mean, Michael's is still around, I think. And Hobby Lobby, of course. There's a lot of people, however, who won't shop at Hobby Lobby because they don't like their politics. And that's their right. You got to put your money where you think it belongs. And so there are a whole number of chains where people won't spend their money.
Well, everything is always on sale in those stores, so I wonder what those liquidation sales are going to be like. Like, my kids go and buy crap all the time, for
everything must go.
Arts and crafts. Everything. It's always, this is 50% off this week. And you go in next week, it's still 50% off. Or you have to show this little coupon.
Yeah.
Every time. I can't even, they're just going to give the stuff away, I guess. Everything must go.
Yeah. A lot of people with thoughts on Gene Hackman. What about food poisoning? The dead dog was in the bathroom closet. The wife was in the bathroom. Two other dogs, one inside, one outside, both alive. It's very weird. New York Post said she was mummified. I wonder why he would have wrapped her up in toilet paper before they died. Yeah, why?
Not sure.
Buried in all of her gold and jewels.
Not sure that's what they meant by mummified, but okay.
Oh, that's what I see.
Uh-huh.
All right.
The Mummy.
Yeah. Boy, they're really trying to reboot that franchise, aren't they?
Starring Gene Hackman.
Alan, I even said to my boyfriend this morning when we heard this, our cat would absolutely eat our faces off within 24 hours. Because I was saying that too. People were like, well, dogs would do the same. I go, no, dogs would do that after like a week. Right? Your cat would do that after about 13 hours.
Dogs will die because they're sad. They'll just lay next to you and die.
Yeah.
They won't eat you. Cats will eat you. 100% will eat you.
Solomon, The Quick and the Dead. Another great Hackman movie, right? That's Sharon Stone. That's Leonardo DiCaprio. Get Shorty. He's great. He's great in everything. Movie. Replacements I never saw, but I know a lot of people love that.
Get Shorty was great.
Yeah. Michelle Trachtenberg was hot in Eurotrip 20 years ago, rather. 20 minutes. A lot of people say.
Yeah, that last selfie of her, she was all yellow in the eyes and stuff. She's really, you could tell. Yeah, it's sad.
News. I never saw Eurotrip.
It's a good movie.
But maybe I will now that she's gone. It's like when you watch porn of an actress that killed herself, it feels weird. But in your mind, you go, well, I'm doing this in her honor.
We have to describe that. It feels weird or it feels the same. You just feel bad about doing it.
It feels weird.
It?
It.
Well, it shouldn't.
Weird. It feels weird. Yes.
It should feel the same, just you feel weird about doing it.
If I'm getting down to August Ames or some old school Savannah or Emily Willis, who hasn't crossed the Rainbow Bridge yet, I don't think. But, a little too bony for my taste. But listen, Cagney Lynn Carter, who shuffled off her mortal coil right here in Parma, Ohio. She had come back home and fallen on hard times. And, yeah. So, listen, those videos are still up. They aren't taken down. And it might make people feel strange. But it's
the ultimate tribute.
It's the ultimate tribute, is what I think. I'll pour one out on the ground.
For my homie.
For my dead homies. Gene Hackman was in Killer Clowns from Outer Space, underrated and overlooked. I didn't know that.
Missed that one.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I've got to take a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192. You can watch live if you want on the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Rover's Morning Glory.
One of these OnlyFans girls had a 100-man gangbang. She was outdone by the woman who did the 1,000-man gangbang.
Would you rather be part of the 100-man gangbang or the 1,000-man gangbang?
100.
Well, you think on the surface seems easy, 100, less guys. But then you're not part of the Guinness Book of World Records, so you don't get the accolades.
I'd say probably the 100, only because I don't like waiting in line. You buy a fast pass for this? Like Disney?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
Diana Taurasi is walking away from basketball after 20 seasons in the WNBA. A 5-time WNBA scoring champion and 14-time All-WNBA selection, Taurasi led the Phoenix Mercury to 3 WNBA titles. The all-time leading scorer in league history, Taurasi also won 6 Olympic gold medals and 3 collegiate national titles with UConn. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. With the Capital One Spark Cash Plus card, you earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase for your business with the Capital One Spark Cash Plus card. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/SparkCash for details.
Always the best deals, always the best value.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
The new iHeart app.
What do I like about it? Real easy to use. I like that.
Love my presets.
If you're not using it, you're missing out.
Go get it!
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
The Cleveland Auto Show is back February 21st through March 2nd at the IX Center. Experience all of the hottest cars, trucks, and SUVs all in one spot. Enter to win a 2025 Honda LX. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale ends soon. Get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700 plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text CUT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text CUT to 42424. That's CUT to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Hey, it's Rob. It's tax season, and Boost Mobile wants to turn your tax refund into 6 months of savings. When you buy 6 months on their best unlimited plans, Boost will give you another 6 months for free. Now, I'm no accountant, but that seems like a really good deal. And I'm not done yet. Visit a Boost Mobile store during tax season and enter to win up to $10,000 to double your refund. So head to your nearest Boost Mobile store now, and I'll go back to my day job. Requires upfront payment, taxes and fees extra. Terms and exclusions apply. Visit boostmobile.com for full offer terms and sweeps details. This tax season, when you buy 6 months on Boost Mobile's best unlimited plans, they'll give you the next 6 months free. Plus, head to a Boost Mobile store and enter to win up to $10,000 and double your tax refund. Requires upfront payment, taxes and fees extra. Terms and exclusions apply. Visit boostmobile.com for full offer terms and sweeps details.
We're in Raising Cane's with the man that started it all.
Wait, are you the Yes Chef guy?
We got chicken fingers, crinkle cut fries, Texas toast, and their world famous cane sauce. Shed a tear right now.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Start your day right with Get-Go Cafe and Market, where value meets flavor. Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Customize your order with eggs, meat, cheese, and more, all served on buttery croissants. It's easy to have a great morning with this delicious deal. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code OIL25.
These days, it feels like everyone is talking about how the American dream of homeownership has become out of reach for so many of us. Well, Rocket is trying to give us more of a chance to own our homes. They're making homeownership simpler and more accessible to more people, turning renters into owners. Rocket believes that every one of us deserves a shot at the American dream. So, are you ready? Own the dream. Visit rocket.com or call 800-4ROCKET.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, it's David from Disturb. iHeartRadio wants you to have all access for our Down with the Sickness 25th anniversary tour. You and a friend will link up with us in Fort Lauderdale on Easter weekend. With flights, 4 nights of hotel, tickets, VIP meet and greet, and merch, all taken care of.
For my dead home.
Winner must be 18 or older thanks to Disturb.
The question is, are you down with the sickness?
Listen for us on the iHeartRadio app. Tap the contest tab and enter for your chance to win.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Subs Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
His name is Alan, and he's giving stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Dropkick Murphys. They are co-headlining a tour with Bad Religion. Dropkick Murphys and Bad Religion. And coming to Cleveland. It's the Summer of Discontent tour with special guests, the Mainliners, checking a whole lot of boxes. Sunday, August 10th. It's going to go down at Jacobs Pavilion. Tickets and info and everything else at AXS.com. And caller 10, these are yours, so good luck. Is Kat back there?
She is.
Okay. Kat will get caller 10. Dropkick, Bad Religion, this summer. Good luck, caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Proving what one man can achieve with an utter lack of charisma.
One of the great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm putting the finishing touches on our metal show for Saturday night. Another edition of 2 hours to midnight. Do 120 minutes of nothing but metal. If that's your speed, literally and figuratively. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler all put our heads together week to week, and we come up with 120 minutes of nothing but metal. Brand new stuff that gets dropped. Classics, throwbacks, your requests, and local bands. Local metal from Convey the Signs this week. A local medal from the Behest of Serpents. We've played them before. Those guys hit home runs every time. So a lot of good stuff coming up. This Saturday night starts 10 o'clock on MMS. 2 hours to midnight is our weekly metal show. We got some Tim Ripper Owens in the mix. Got a request for Every Time I Die. A new music from Raging Speedhorn. You ever heard of a band called Raging Speedhorn?
No.
Sounds like a diagnosis.
I have not, actually.
Yeah. Doc, what's wrong with me? Well, you've got a Raging Speedhorn right now, and it's...
growing out of your neck.
Yeah. You're going to want to get that checked out. The song is called Every Night's All Right for Fighting, which I like.
Big Elton John fans.
I think they might be. So anyway, a lot more where that came from. Saturday night, 2 hours to midnight on the Buzzard. Your Cleveland Guardians are playing my Chicago White Sox this afternoon. That's the way Guardians opening day is going to lay out as well. That is set for April the 8th. That's not a Monday, right? Or is it? April the 8th is a Tuesday. The Guardians home opener, we will be live once again from Progressive Field. But not doing the show, right? It's kind of, we kind of dick around for a while on the air.
Yeah.
And yeah. That's usually the way a Guardians opening day lays out. Guardians versus the White Sox. And the Cavs play the Bulls that night. The Akron Rubber Ducks, by the way, are looking for a new, you sent me this. Akron Rubber Ducks are looking for a new PA announcer. Either one of us want to get in there?
I was thinking about it. I mean,
I haven't been to a Rubber Ducks game in a few years, but it's always fun. Buddy of mine had a box, and so a bunch of us went to an Akron Rubber Ducks game. With the kids. It was like a parents thing, but it was great. How do we submit? I mean, anybody could do this.
what is it? I mean, I didn't look up how to do it, but I definitely want to try it out.
Seeking a PA announcer for the upcoming season after the position was filled by a committee last year. I don't even know what that means. Filled by a committee.
Probably somebody just stepped in, and now they're going to leave it up to the fans to decide.
I see.
Maybe that's kind of how I read it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Interested candidates should be prepared to showcase their announcing skills for the minor league baseball team.
You know, we are professional announcers.
I mean, theoretically we are, yeah.
Are you suggesting it's different?
I don't know. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's...
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to center field for your Akron Rubber Ducks. Tonight it's football winter night here at the Akron...
I don't even know what the ballpark is called.
Rubber Ducks Park.
I don't know that that's what they're looking for, you know? I mean, out by us, we got the Lake Erie Crushers. And so we're more prone, if we're going to take in a minor league game, going to see the Lake Erie Crushers, because it's not, I think that's what they're called. Lugnuts, that's Lansing, whatever. But, you know, minor league baseball teams are always on the map because they have to get people's attention. So they're always doing wacky things. What's the one that actually goes on tour because they pack actual baseball parks?
Oh, the
Savannah Bananas.
Bananas, yeah.
They're running around doing stuff, and so that's what you're up against if you're a minor league baseball team.
I don't know if I've ever heard this song run out. I've only heard the beginning.
Everybody, welcome to the Akron Rubber Ducks today playing, who are they playing today, Rob? They're playing the Lansing Lugnuts, everyone. It's melted ice cream night tonight. Go through the ice cream that didn't get served at the last game and pouring it into a commemorative take-home plastic helmet.
I think you should try out.
Don't forget to tell Mom and Dad that you got your hat full of melted ice cream at the Akron Rubber Ducks. And there's the pitch. Count 2-2. Lansing Lugnuts.
I think they're just looking for the guy to actually do the PA, right?
Oh, yeah, I see.
The happenings now. Now butting.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are the driver of a slate blue Subaru Forester. Your car's being towed from number 2. I'm sorry, I'm getting new information. Your car is not being towed, your car is being stolen. This is Akron, Ohio. But anyway, count 2 and 2. And runners up.
I don't think I'm going to submit.
I think you should. I think you should do it in every voice that you possibly
think
can.
that's what they're looking for.
No, maybe not that. So that's why I said just keep using different voices.
But that's my voice. For
But
minor
if you
league
do
baseball.
pretend voices, you can submit like 15 different things.
Oh, with different names
You
attached.
see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Like, well, but that's the best voice. Hey, welcome to the Rubber Duck. Hey.
I think you should do it.
No.
I think you should go in and just
see. You've got the voice. You should. And quite frankly, you're closer to Akron than I am. You're down there in Medina.
They don't want me.
Why?
Why
wouldn't
would they want me?
you? Why wouldn't they? Because
They don't want that traditional big voice guy
I don't know what
sound.
they want. I don't know what they want.
Nobody wants that.
Listen. Does anyone remember? Is there any Akron, with due respect, is there any recent Akron Rubber Ducks PA announcer that stands out in anyone's mind? No. Why do I still hear my? Oh, because I'm over here. Everybody.
I love it. Leave it on.
I'm still potted up. That's why.
Leave it on. We can sound like those DJs back in the 70s when the reverb was turned on.
How's
it going, everybody?
It's the Big 89. You know when I first? It's so old school, but I love it. When I first came to Cleveland, hold on. How's that? When I first came to Cleveland, I asked them if they could put reverb on my show.
I want it.
Because I love it. And they go, no, because we'd have to do the whole station. And I go, okay, it's just,
Nope, see, you figured out a way to do it. Let's leave it on.
Kind of a nostalgia trip, yeah.
Doing the show from the bathroom.
Yeah, this is what radio sounded like in the 70s and the 80s. They would have reverb on all the microphones. So they'd be like, the man walked into the bathroom and found Gene Hackman's wife dead.
Speaking of, I got an email. Now, we talk a lot, all right? And I hear things differently maybe than they're said. Did we make fun of their death?
No.
I got an email from some guy that says, your 2 on-air personalities were making fun of the circumstances around the deaths of Gene Hackman and his wife, and it was disheartening.
No.
We didn't make fun of anything.
No.
We were saying it was suspicious.
Some people think if you talk about something at all in anything other than the utmost reverent terms that you're making fun of it.
That would surprise me.
No.
I mean, I had a whole thing planned.
Nothing surprises me. Yeah, Rob had a whole thing planned. You don't know what you were missing, sir.
Oh, I was ready.
Yeah.
I had so much. If it was like a just natural causes 95-year-old Gene Hackman died, I was going all in on it was a Viagra overdose. He dropped at CrossFit. He crashed his Harley. I had so much ready to go.
You imagine if 95-year-old Gene Hackman had died doing CrossFit?
Be the greatest thing ever.
Like burpees and box jumps.
He was squatting 400 and his legs gave out. Like, I had this whole thing. And then when they said circumstances, I was like, well, I guess I can't make these jokes now.
Maybe he didn't like my song.
I don't know, man. I don't know what was, like, we didn't say anything negative. We were talking about what a great actor he was. Sad that they died. The cat would have eaten him. It just feels so weird. Like a German, I mean, I know they're massive closets, right? They're not like my bathroom closet.
I got a dog in the closet and one in the yard. Gene Hackman's on the floor and...
Maybe he didn't like my song.
I don't know. It was a great
But it's
song.
an unfinished song, sir. No, I'm not even saying it was a great song.
You were working it out.
Unfinished.
You were working it out. You just have a public forum to work things out. It's different.
Well, anyway, very much on record as not making fun of the situation because we don't know what happened. Love Gene Hackman. It's a bummer. I'm loving this reverb, though.
I really am.
I won't lie to you. I'm loving it.
Really puts the cap on something when you say it. You know, the exclamation point is there.
We are not making fun of Gene Hackman. Maybe the guy is, maybe that guy is old. Maybe he's worried about his own mortality. I can understand that.
Well, and see, this is what happens when you say you don't want to reply. Like, you get the thing that says, do you want to reply, yes or no? And he put no. So we'll just go on and talk about it instead. Brian?
Okay. Listen, he's more than welcome to his opinion. But
of course.
Here's what I'll say. You'll know when we're making fun of something because you won't laugh once. So it's very simple. That's where the confusion is. Are they making fun of that? Because whether they are or not, I'm not laughing. And so it can get very, very confusing.
Do you feel that?
The rumbling?
Yeah. Is that just a car outside?
That is the construction that knocked off our water over there on Prospect.
You can actually hear it and feel it in the equipment. There's something vibrating, unless did you bring a toy to work?
I did not bring a toy to work.
I don't know if there's something sitting up on the console over there.
No, nothing like that.
All right, well, then it's definitely something like construction.
No, just a couple of high chews. And I don't know. Those might make me rumble a little bit later on, but no, nothing. No, they're doing all of that. They're doing all of that construction back there, and I think that's what screwed up the. Is that what you're hearing back there?
Maybe.
No, it sounds like it's coming.
It's more
through
like
the
a
wall,
faster
though.
vibration, like a
Yeah,
crappy,
it's,
one of those loud exhausts on cars.
Alan, you guys know how stupid people are. How stupid people are. People are going to complain about anything. Idiots. Boy, that's one long sentence.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not even saying the guy's an idiot.
Not at all.
He thought it was gross. We were making fun. I'm saying we weren't.
Correct.
Now, a lot of people don't. When you confirm or deny something for them, they don't want to hear it. They want to complain. They go, well, okay, well, I told you. Whatever you do from then.
He wanted us to deliver it like a Walter Cronkite type. Gene Hackman and his wife were found dead today.
Well,
at the age of 95 and 63. Alongside of them was a German Shepherd whose age we are not quite sure of.
Listen. Open your brain a little bit. It's a wild story.
Oh, God, yes.
There's nothing. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I'm just saying in general, not dead people. I don't think there's anything inherently funny about the story, but it's a wild story. They're in two different rooms. They think he fell. To your point, the dog in the closet. Weird.
Man, especially only one.
Yeah. Two other dogs running around, fully healthy.
Right.
Inside, outside.
Yeah, definitely not making any fun whatsoever. If you want to hear me making fun of something, stick around.
Hi, everybody.
I am
Welcome to
reefer.
the Acrid Rubber Ducks. Well, listen, people can complain about whatever they want. They frequently will. This is a free exchange of ideas around here. But 95-year-old Gene Hackman doing CrossFit, because then the Robdo kicks in. Maybe he was and the Robdo killed him. That's what you got to look out for. You CrossFitters know this. Right? But, yeah, anyway. So my recommendation would be have yourself a little Gene Hackman Film Festival tonight.
Yep,
and,
I'm in.
Yeah. I know there were some people that were speculating that because his name is Hackman, that maybe he had initially killed his wife. There is simply, that's a ridiculous.
That's making fun.
There's nothing to suggest that. Nothing to suggest that. And again, he was a prolific author. That clip I played of when he was on this show, he was promoting a book. He had done half a dozen of them after he retired. Now, I have to wonder, I think I asked him at the time, but I might have edited out of the final piece, if he wished he had retired on a higher note. Last movie he did was called Welcome to Mooseport with Ray Romano. That was the very last movie. That was his swan song. I don't know if he planned on that. I don't know if that's just the way it worked out.
I think the good news is no one saw it.
I saw it.
Oh.
I didn't mind it. I like Ray Romano. But that's when they were trying to make Ray Romano a movie star, 2004.
All right, so I'm not the same guy. I'm in Mooseport.
But Gene Hackman retires later in the year. He retires they do the movie in 2004. He retires by the end of that year. Because they wanted Dustin Hoffman. Ironically, Gene Hackman's best lifelong friend, Dustin Hoffman. That was going to be the movie. He bails. And I guess Dustin Hoffman said, just talk to Gene Hackman. Maybe he'll do it. And he did, but it ended up being his last film. So who knows? I've got to take a break. I don't know that we'll come back with a reverb, but it's fun while it lasted. Robot it. All right. I got to take a break. Hey, want to go see Poppy? Poppy's doing her thing, and it's going to bring her to, I think, the House of Blues is where the Poppy show is. Yeah, they're all around us. That's the name of the tour. It's the new album. It is Wednesday, March the 26th at the House of Blues. Ticketmaster.com's got the details, and I will have the tickets for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Poppy. She is on the They're All Around Us tour. That's the new album. And she's been spending a lot of time doing collabs with a lot of metal bands, kind of integrating that into what she does. It's very interesting work. She's going to play the House of Blues in about a month, Wednesday night, March the 26th. Ticketmaster.com's got the details on the show. Tickets if you want to buy them. This pair for you if you are caller 10. You got 2 for Poppy next month. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You know that part of your brain that regulates good decision making? Thanks for turning that one off and turning on the Alan Cox Show.
Sorry about all the cocks.
On 100.7
Sorry about all the cocks.
WMMS.
All right. Courtney from Diamond on the text. So glad R. Edwards' daughter is okay.
Oh,
I was
thank
getting
you.
worried. She was getting worried, Rob.
Thank you.
Oh,
That means a
don't want
lot.
anybody to worry.
Very nice to say that.
Your Cavaliers are still killing it. Still the best team in the NBA. After rolling over the Magic in Orlando. I mean, when you're down there, you want to get into town and out just as quickly. And so they proceeded to beat them by 40 points. Is that right? My math right on that? 122 to 82.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That's an ass whooping.
It really was. Cavs in Boston tomorrow night. Is that a game for which you will root for the Celtics?
It's hard, man. I live here now, so it's...
Don't give me that. I've been rooting for Chicago teams for 15 years.
Yeah, I mean, my team is the Celtics, right? So it's tough.
Don't
Definitely
pander.
tough because I want to see...
Don't pander.
I want to see the Cavs win everything this year.
Well, I've said, I'm on record, the only time I ever root against the Cavaliers is when they play the Bulls. You're playing one of my teams, I will root against you. But that's so infrequent that still 95% of the time, I'm rooting for the Cavaliers. But they still remain my NBA B team. So they will be in Chicago to play the Bulls on Tuesday night. And then April the 8th, that's Guardians opening day when they'll be playing the White Sox. Guardians, White Sox playing as we speak right now. Cactus League play out in Glendale, Arizona. Cleveland Guardians against the terrible, historically bad Chicago White Sox.
Currently scoreless through the top of the first inning.
Scoreless. There you go. Tomorrow night, speaking of hoops, we're kicking off the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Tournament with yours truly, hosting in and around Northeast Ohio all month. So let's hang, shall we? There's a trip to Vegas on the line. There's $10,000 on the line. You good at Papa Shot? You got a good arm?
Oh, you meant that. No.
The
no.
Royal you.
No, not very good. Not very good at all, actually.
But you're not eligible, Rob.
I know.
Tomorrow night I'll be at West Park Station. Saturday night I'll be at the Porch in Willoughby. And then a whole lot of, like the next 2 weeks, I'm out Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. We have to cram a lot of these because the finals are on the 22nd. So we got to cram a lot of these into a short period of time. So I hope that you can find yourself at one or as many of these as you can stand to be around me because I'd love to see you. So the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Tournament begins tomorrow night. And the top scorers, top 4 scorers at each event will join us for round 2, the finals on March 22nd. We will do that once again at On Tap in Medina. In fact, that says join Alan, Rob, and the WMMS crew.
Well, yeah, I think it's just applied that I will be there.
I was going to say, I don't know who that is, but I don't know who the WMMS crew is.
Us.
Us is.
They're just counting us twice.
Us is the crew.
No. You got Pika.
Yep.
And Amy.
Yep.
And Hefe.
Yep.
We'll be good.
So tomorrow night, West Park Station. Porch and Willoughby on Saturday, but the full schedule, go to alancoxshow.com and hit the contest page, and you'll see all of it there. Because I'm going to be in Streetsboro. I'm going to be in Northfield. I'm going to be in Solon. And all kinds of places that I haven't been in a minute. So I'm excited to come out and see you guys. Also, last few hours, in fact, to use the promo code ARCADE at CLE Clothing Company for 20% off. And don't sleep on those Romo Fijo t-shirts that they're making up as well. You can pre-order those. I think those ship next week. I pre-ordered mine. Ain't no freebies around here, boy. They're running a business. So I pre-ordered mine. T-shirt that says, what does it say? I used to call it the Gund, and under that, the Q.
Yeah.
And under that, Romo Fijo. So Arcade through tomorrow, end of the month, is the promo code you're going to want to use for 20% off. And then Saturday, March, we'll begin a new one. I guess I can't ask you because you know what it is.
I think if you had asked me and I didn't know what it is, it'll be just like when we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. I would have guessed this either first or second, just based on the month.
You want to guess, Kat? You can say no.
No.
You don't want to guess the code word?
No, I don't want to guess. The promo code for the month of March that will get people 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. You're on the right track. That's not
Lucky's good.
That's not correct, but I like the way that you're thinking. That's not correct. But go with that. Follow your bliss.
Stay in that St. Patty's Day vein.
Call upon the Lord, Kat. It's not lucky. What else could it be? The month of March.
Give you a hint?
No hints. This is a test of your improvisational abilities.
Gold.
No, but again, you're warm.
Right track.
You're warm. You're on the right track. There could be a shiny new dime in it for you. If I have one in my pocket. I never have cash anymore, but let me see. No, but I'll owe you a shiny new dime. You want to take one more guess?
Leprechaun.
Oh, you're right there.
She's right there.
Got to give her another one. She'll get it.
Think of
You're right there.
Think of the plants.
Clover.
Almost.
4-leaf clover?
No. What's the other thing for it?
For what?
The 4-leaf clover. Like, what do they call it sometimes?
Shamrock.
Shamrock! There you go. Man, she was getting everything but. Barney Stone. How about
Shillelagh?
Leprechaun. Shamrock is your promo code for the month of March for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. And you can thank Kat for that. She hadn't gotten it. If we hadn't dragged her kicking and screaming into guessing that promo code, then you wouldn't get anything off. So yeah, Shamrock is
Think like the McDonald's shake.
I didn't even think of that.
I didn't either.
Everyone's always looking forward to in March.
I didn't either. They still do Shamrock shakes?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought that was like a
I've never had one.
I had one when I was a kid, but I thought they were long gone.
People are obsessed with them every year.
Well, but they were gone for a long time, right? Did they recently bring them back? I mean, I'm not out there eating Shamrock shakes, but...
So they only bring it back for March, I think.
Well, no, I know that, but I mean, for a long time, I didn't even think they were around at all. But you're saying they are around now.
Yeah, it looks like
Pull up and,
on February, I guess they're already out. It's always for a limited time.
Right. Limited, I assume, to the month of March.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're not doing anything. Do we know yet? Is it still possible?
No, it's still possible.
It's possible that we might be. Believe it or not, there's a possibility the WMMS, the 800-pound gorilla, might find itself inert over St. Patty's Day in an official capacity.
Come to find out, the guarantee wasn't so much of a guarantee. So
yeah, that one, right.
Yeah, so we're looking for another home, and I've got my pal Curtis working on something.
All
for
right.
us. Kurt Man.
I love our salespeople, but some of them think everybody wants to F on the first date, and that's usually not the case.
That does happen at times,
It sure does. They think the stripper is in love with them. Yeah, okay. I mean, I would hate for an opportunity like that to go by, for us to not be out doing something. And by doing something, I mean getting wrecked with the audience.
On the radio.
Yeah.
It's the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah.
My favorite broadcasts.
Just doing some cut-ins on St. Patty's Day.
We're going to have so much fun. I can't wait for more public appearances.
Well, don't jinx it now, Kat.
Yeah, you just ruined it, Kat.
Oh, my God.
I can't wait.
Miss Clover over here.
Miss Positivity. It's all going to work out just fine, Kat.
This is why we have to get her shredded on St. Patty's Day. You're not straight edge,
you know
right?
What's crazy? I have never experienced. You know how obviously Cleveland's so crazy for St. Patrick's Day. I've never done a full St. Patty's Day experience. So I guess this year's the year.
Well, what would that constitute for you?
I guess what you just said.
Partying downtown and hanging out and drinking with the audience?
Just downtown, yeah. Just seeing everything downtown has to offer for that day.
Oh, wait a second. Because they're saying, and this is why they go, this is the last year we're going to be doing the St. Patty's Day parade because of construction and rerouting and things like that. As they say, from this point forward, it just simply wouldn't be feasible for us to do it the way that we have done it. So the big hook this year is it's going to be the last year for the Cleveland St. Patrick's Day parade. Okay, fine.
Wow, I had no idea.
On the current path, right?
On its current path. I have to imagine that an event like that is such a big deal that they might find an alternate way to do it. But, people also like tradition. And anyway, well, my question to you, Kat, is if we find ourselves in a situation like we have years past, where we're fortunate enough, we're like, hey, we're going to be out doing a broadcast, whatever, St. Patty's Day. What does your St. Patrick's Days in years past have been marked by what?
Getting pinched. No, I'm just kidding. Like when you...
You mean people playing grab ass with you?
No, getting pinched if you don't wear green,
Pinched if you don't wear green.
Yeah, is that a thing?
Yes, if you're a tall, hot girl, people want to, yeah.
They want any excuse to pinch you.
That's what I'm saying. They've convinced that, oh, no, that's what everybody does.
They're like, that's actually not, the right shade of green, so I'm going to pinch you.
Right.
No, but, I don't know.
Wait, isn't sexual assault the tradition on St. Patrick's Day for... No, my question is, are you, you're pretty reserved? Are you reserved? Well, okay,
no.
In some capacities, right? We haven't chipped away all the little facets of Kat yet, far from it. But are you reserved on St. Patrick's Day? Are you somebody who you're not?
I love to have a good time.
I'm just curious what form that takes. I mean, I have a feeling that your idea of a good time and my idea of a good time are two different things.
I don't know. Don't underestimate me,
Oh,
Alan.
I'm not. I'm not at all. I'm not under or over.
Yeah.
I'm merely inferring based on things you've alluded to in the past. Okay, so you could conceivably, if we're out doing something, you could conceivably, we're there doing JMO shots or whatever.
Yep.
And you're down.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we FaceTime your boyfriend.
Sure.
And tell him how much you're getting pinched. Right?
Everybody just hammered.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
We could take a shot for every time I'm pinched.
Oh, God.
I want to do that.
Right. Well, and the trouble is, and you guys don't know this yet, but you're going to be out there pinching Kat. You're reaching way up. I mean, you're.
Pinching Cat also sounds like a euphemism for something. I'm just going to go ahead and throw that out there.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So that's
No, I think we're gonna have a lot of fun in our public appearances. I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, provided that we're doing them, that'd be a lot of fun. Yes.
We'll make it happen.
Well, you will have your first Captain Fun's floating fandango this summer, so that'll be fun. That'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
So optimistic.
And I like that. You know what? I get a rap for being a pessimist. Maybe that's my public. Maybe that's how people perceive me, and that's fine. I don't care. But I've always said I think of myself as a pragmatist. However, there's no downside to being an optimist. Because if you're right, it's all great. If you're wrong, you're still an optimist, and you're going to find the silver lining. So just for your own mental health, there's no downside to optimism. That's what I think, right? I can't always adhere to that because I am a human living in the world.
I think that's dumb.
Alan, when she gets pinched, is that called a catnip?
That's a good one.
Is it? All right. Okay, listen. Here, a call from Matt here.
So a friend of mine at work loaned me the complete DVD box set of the A-Team. And I think I was 4 or 5 years old when that show came out. So a lot of this is like rewatching it for the first time. And although I love seeing the old cars and the practical effects, it is just practical effects galore. But the storylines of this show, like they're fugitives from justice, supposedly, escaping from a military prison, and this colonel is out to get them, yet they're hanging out with a dude who clads himself completely in gold with a mohawk, and they drive around in probably the most conspicuous black van with a stripe down it and a big spoiler on the back. And it doesn't necessarily age well either, because 4 episodes in, George Papard's doing blackface. Doesn't really bode well for reviews on the mentally challenged, but it is sure entertaining, and I feel like a little kid again. If you haven't rewatched the A-Team, you should. Also, unrelated, when you introduce Rob, and it says, I know you're saying Rob Edward
Don't
Anthony.
do it. Don't do it.
But it sounds like you're saying Rob N-word Anthony.
What almighty? What is happening around here?
How stupid
Matt,
do you have to be?
It's so obvious that's not what I'm doing, and yet people still...
But even if that is what it sounds like, how does anyone think that my middle name is the N-word?
Multiple people. Here's what it sounds like. Maybe enunciate. I couldn't enunciate more.
Word.
There's people who listen to the show in general who hate how I enunciate. They hate it. That A-Team, though, that show, I went to college with one of Mr. T's daughters. And unfortunately for her, she looked exactly like her dad.
She always wearing the chains, too?
Not like
Mohawk.
that, but she...
Hit it a fool.
Yeah. No, that's why it was such a surprise, I think. I think that A-Team movie flopped, right? They made an A-Team movie before... It was like, I don't think Bradley Cooper was a big star yet. 2010 is when it came out. And I guess it made a little bit of money. Cost $100 million. They're like, this is going to be Gen X nostalgia gold. And it made $177 million, which is not, you're not breaking even there. And if you ever saw it, you're like, Liam Neeson was the George Papard character. Bradley Cooper was, what was his name? Hamilton Peck, because he had to be a good-looking guy. They got like an MMA guy to play Mr. T. And then that South African actor to play Murdoch. So I don't know what it was, but that movie just wasn't great. And I'm sure that they planned on making a sequel, but they're like, well, I'm going to make a sequel to this.
I didn't see it. Did you see it?
I did see it. Yeah. I was like, oh, my God. Because I love Liam Neeson. Bradley Cooper's great. I was like, oh, my God. An A-Team movie?
By the way, that was going to be bad.
I'm saying A-Team, not 18. For anybody who might be worried, A-Team. For Matt there. The A-Team movie. But yeah, the TV show.
I loved the show.
Loved it. But sure, problematic. Why not?
Well, any of those things, man.
A lot of those shows were.
There's that clip going around from Quantum Leap, because he obviously every week's different. And he closes the door, and he figures out that he has Down syndrome.
Oh.
But instead of saying that, he says, I'm the R word.
I see.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah.
No big deal back then.
Yeah.
Something that you did now would be a problem, right? And he goes, oh, no. He has to navigate his way through that entire episode of having Down syndrome. I'm like, wow.
It's funny, too, that... And this is a thought experiment that people do constantly, which is, what do you think now we do that in 20 years will be looked at as a cringe or I can't believe they did that and blah, blah, blah. And everybody has their own ideas. But to me, it's really instructive as to, some people think everything is super woke now or whatever. Woke just means empathetic. But to some people, it's the end of the goddamn world, okay? But... in 20 years, there are going to be things people are going to go, I don't know about that. Now, I don't know what those are because people aren't doing blackface. Feels like a lot of the things we got out of the way. I don't know. We don't use the R word. That became gauche. Blackface, you know.
All of the homosexual slurs are gone. You know, like you would.
Yes.
I mean, that was you just call your friends stuff like that all the time.
Well.
Always.
I was talking to you in the break. All my daughter wants to watch, my third grader, she just turned 9. All she wants to watch ever is Bob's Burgers. Love Bob's Burgers. Well, I feel like I've seen every episode 9 million times, right? So I heard Conan O'Brien talking about how when his son was 11 or 12, he said, hey, you might like this show called Arrested Development. He had determined that his son's sense of humor, given who his dad was, it was sophisticated enough where he might like it. And so I'm like, well, she's 9, but my daughter, too, also has, I think, a very sharp sense of humor. I go, you might like this show called Arrested Development. Let's watch it and see. And I think it's still a little too over her head, but she chuckled a handful of times because it is silly or whatever. But the very first episode of Arrested Development, and you're talking 2004, 2005, I think, for people who aren't familiar with the show, the very first episode has the David Cross character getting confused about the bus he gets on, and it turns out to be like a barge of gay guys protesting. And so it's a lot of homosexual jokes that you would not make now. They weren't overt. They weren't like, hey, anything like that. But it was the crux of a joke that they called back to a couple of times. I'm like, you wouldn't do that now. So I wonder. But A-Team back in the day. Now I was a Hardcastle and McCormick guy. I think the A-Team was on NBC and Hardcastle and McCormick was on ABC. But
same premise? I don't think I ever saw that show.
Hardcastle and McCormick, you don't remember that? The guy had like this car called the Coyote. Because back then, all these shows had to have a car. There was Knight Rider and there was the A-Team. There had to be like a car that was cool. Magnum P.I. had that Ferrari. And so Hardcastle and McCormick had a car called I think it was called the Coyote.
Okay.
And it was this like, you're driving 2 inches off the ground. And the premise of the show was a hard-nosed judge and a race car driver who's an ex-con team up to solve crimes. The thinnest of connections is what the premise of these shows were.
Right.
But it was Stephen Cannell, who was a big dude back in the day. Every show this guy made was gold. So it was the Rockford Files. He did A-Team. And he did The Greatest American Hero. And he did 21 Jump Street. So this guy could fart and they would give it a 13-episode commitment, right? And so I loved Hardcastle and McCormick. But yeah, to Matt's point, A-Team, obviously, this show's 40 years old. A lot of stuff you couldn't do now.
And to Matt's other point, my name is R. Edward Anthony.
Yeah. I don't know where the confusion is. I think context clues would probably let you know.
It's a name. I mean, God.
Yeah, but you know what? But people do come up with weird names. Every time somebody goes, oh, that name's just made up. I'm like, every name is made up. What are you talking about? We were watching Forensic Files the other night because that's the other thing that my daughter wants to watch all the time is Forensic Files. And one of the witnesses, his name was Teremy. Not Jeremy. Teremy. His name was Teremy Beaver. And again, the OG Forensic Files are like from the early 90s, right? Anyway.
Teremy Beaver?
Teremy. Like a Jeremy with a T. And we're laughing because it's a weird name. And I'm like, all names are made up.
That also sounds like a euphemism.
Tear up my beaver. Yeah. And something you might hear on St. Patty's Day. Teremy Beaver. I got a break. You want to send me a text, 35192. You can watch the show if you are visually inclined on our YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see the Back to Life Tour featuring Hinder, Saliva, and Kingdom Collapse. Wednesday, March 5th at the House of Blues. One lucky winner will win a pair of tickets, merch, and a meet and greet with Hinder. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
greatair.com.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15
WMMS, Cleveland.
Give stuff away, give stuff away. Wow, wow.
I'm going to go see Pantera and Amon Amarth. They have changed their date. They were originally going to be playing Blossom on July 20th. Seeing as though that is the final day of incarceration, they have delayed their show just by a couple of nights. So Pantera and Amon Amarth, WMMS presents the heaviest tour of the summer. It is now Wednesday, July 23rd, still at Blossom. The tickets are on sale tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., livenation.com. So this will be the last pair before they go on sale, and then I will have a final pair for you tomorrow afternoon. So we will see you there. I want to go see Pantera and Amon Amarth, July 23rd. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I had a bunch of Brian calls overnight, too.
Yes.
Brian checks in a lot. People who listen to this program with any regularity know who he is. Sometimes he'll just call in sometimes he'll just play guitar. You know, he doesn't do that much anymore. It used to be really kind of equally spaced between the non sequiturs and the singing songs and the guitar. We don't get much of the guitar from him anymore.
It's the season of love. Thanks for the gonorrhea.
Yeah, you get a lot of that, a lot of non sequiturs. What's another one here?
We need more sluts.
Now, who can argue with that?
Mm-hmm.
That's another word that's fallen out of favor, though, right? I mean, that's
Slut?
Yeah, slut. I don't know about that. You know, for a long time, slut shaming was a thing, but the word was still being used. So it was kind of incrementally worked out. Maybe it's just that different slang has replaced it.
I think slut's probably still there.
I never hear slut anymore.
Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Well, it's female empowerment, right? Next week on the show, I will have 4-day weekend passes for you to Sonic Temple. That's back down to Columbus, May 8th through the 11th. Metallica, Rob Zombie, Alice in Chains, 100-plus more bands. Great White and Slaughter. How do you feel about Great White and Slaughter? You'll hear Stansbury play them on Big Hair Wednesday. Great White and Slaughter is March 8th. It's not far off at MGM Northfield Park. Is that next weekend? What is March 8th? Yeah, it's next Saturday.
Yep.
One winner, by the way, will get tickets and then get to raid the merch stand at the show. Now, I don't know if that involves helmets and riot gear as you're raiding. I don't know how literally they're taking that. Probably more along the lines of like, grab what you want.
Mm-hmm. I would guess, yeah.
Tickets info at livenation.com. So I will have the tickets for you next week. But one person will get that grand prize there. I will have Cavs tickets for you next week. They are playing the Orlando Magic, who they just beat by 40 points.
Mm-hmm.
They'll play them again on March 16th at the Nomo Fijo. And Ghost is back at the Nomo Fijo. They will play July 17th. If you're a Ghost fan. And I know there are a lot of them. They're not for me. They don't scratch me where I itch. But that has nothing to do with you. So I'll have those for you next week. Hey. So if you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it if you are out of state. Some of our recent additions to the list. Scotty is a bureau chief in Pittsburgh. Anthony hit me up, and he watches the show from Newcastle, Australia. We are his breakfast show, given the time change.
G'day.
G'day. Arnar. Jennifer listens in Tucson, Arizona. My nephew lives out there. Kevin is in Brooklyn, New York. Shelby's in Butte, Montana. And Brock is our bureau chief in Cumberland, Maryland. He's the one with the flatulog Brock is the guy who said, hey, I know you've been lamenting the fact that you have been getting unsolicited listener farts. And I have, and they haven't stopped. But he goes, I kind of more formally keep track of mine. He calls it his flatulog. And he's like, I'll send some more. I'm like, it's really okay. I don't want to impose. I don't know if that's one of his or not. Hard to say.
He lost track.
I've lost track. Anyway, he is our one bureau chief in Cumberland, Maryland. You know where Cumberland, Maryland is? They are in the news now because Cumberland, Maryland is paying people to move there. It's one of these towns that wants people to show up and start doing stuff. And now what I never understand is, because invariably these are towns that they're like, we're financially strapped and we need more people here. So how you're kicking out $20,000 at a pop, maybe because it's, when all is said and done, not that attractive of an offer. But in the Allegheny Mountains there, right on the edge of Appalachia, Cumberland, Maryland. And obviously this is another town that was hollowed out by the death of manufacturing. This was another city that kind of really fell on hard times. Cumberland was once known as the Queen City. It was once second only to Baltimore as far as people. There was a big tire factory there, and they shut it down in the late 70s, and their population has decreased by half. So there's only about 20,000 people left in Cumberland, Maryland. Now, I don't know what Brock's doing there. I don't know if it's adjacent to his school. I don't know if he went there for work. But the mayor, a guy named Ray Morris, and maybe you're kind of looking around. Maybe you're not pinned down by anything. Maybe you don't have a significant other or children. Maybe you are just looking around. See what your options are. Ray Morris is the mayor of Cumberland, Maryland, and he said that he's got $20,000 apiece for 10 people who are willing to move there. Now, there's simply no way to know how much money that is in total.
I think we can figure it out.
I'm sorry?
I think we can figure it out.
Oh, I don't know. But that's the money that he's kicking out, theoretically, for 10 people. Okay, let me see.
So it's 10.
10 people.
At $20,000 apiece, right?
But what if only 9 people move?
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe they save the extra 20?
Okay, so 20,000 people for 10 to move. So then you...
Carry a 1.
Carry the 1 and then carry the 2. So that would be
450,000,
2 million
right?
people? Oh, 450,000. Okay. 20,000
right?
for 10. I think so. Kat, is 20,000 times 10 450,000?
No, it's 200,000.
Oh. Damn it. Got it wrong again.
She's right. Turns out she's right. I'm hearing from a lot of angry people that she is right. Okay, so 20,000 people for conceivably 10 people to move. They're looking for people to bring their jobs with them. They're looking for remote workers. Of course, those numbers are dwindling as well. More companies are like, you got to come back to the office because when people can interact, it's better. It's got nothing to do with that. They have huge corporate rents that they're trying to justify.
Yep.
Got nothing to do with you hanging out with your friends at work. It's that managerial types need something to do. But there are a lot of cities around the country that are paying people to move there. There's a website called MakeMyMove.com, and they list all of them. Now, MakeMyMove.com could be a bunch of things, and I have to wonder if they had to buy that URL from perhaps a more lascivious website.
Was it Make My Move or Make Mine Move?
MakeMyMove.com.
Okay.
Make Mine Move might be something else.
Okay.
MakeMyMove.com. It could just as easily be a gastrointestinal health website. But they said that the rise of remote work has made a lot of these things possible.
MakeMyMove.ment.
Make My Move. You know, the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, they had a very successful program. They got 3,000 people to move there for $10,000 apiece. what they've seen, their ROI has been great. From those people, they got $11 million in new tax revenue because people are there, they're spending their money there, they're paying taxes.
But that's a city. I mean, this is in the middle of freaking nowhere.
It is. It's like, say what you want about Tulsa. It's probably still more attractive than Cumberland, Maryland.
They have a Chick-fil-A in Cumberland, I just saw.
Well, they got a Chick-fil-A everywhere, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's what's making it move for a lot of people. So, yeah, there are still businesses that are hanging on. There's family bakeries and things like that in Cumberland. But they jumped out at me because Brock is our bureau chief in Cumberland. And putting two and two together, I'm like, this is the guy with the flatulog. So there can't be that much exciting going on in Cumberland. He's logging his farts.
Mm-hmm. They do have a cannabis store.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's what it is. Grow West Cannabis.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, it's something to look forward to.
Smoke weed every day.
Right next door to a McDonald's. What are the odds?
Good for them. It's in between a donut shop, in between a Dunkin' Donuts.
Location.
That's right. Do you want to hear some, Brian?
Always.
I mean, you'll know the song. A cat won't know the song, but you'll know the song.
Your love for me is just got to be real. Therefore, you know the way I'm going to feel. I'm going to feel. Oh, yeah.
Well, he took some liberty with that one, didn't he?
It also took me a minute when I listened to it this morning. I'm like, I know this song. It didn't come to me immediately. I knew the lyric. I knew the melody. I go, what is that? Because in my brain, I'm like, MMS plays this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What song? A different version.
More,
you know what I mean? Like a more, we don't play the original.
Nope.
The song is called Nativity in Black, NIB, from Black Sabbath. The version we play is there was a Black Sabbath tribute album, I think 20 years ago probably, and Ozzy did it with Primus.
Yep.
But it didn't come to me right away.
But even the Black Sabbath version doesn't sound like the Brian version. I mean, that's...
Nothing sounds like the Brian version.
No.
That's what we love.
Do you know that song, Kat?
You ever heard Nativity in Black?
I think I have, but it's so hard to decipher from Brian's version usually.
That's what I'm saying, and that's why I have to rely on the lyrics and a little bit of the melody there, but I'm like, boy, I can't place it immediately.
The long bass intro on this one.
I was going to say, just play the song.
Oh, stop it.
Jerking off of the bass.
If you could do that, you would
All
too.
All right, anywho.
Now.
Please.
Now.
We are the rhythm section. We're not supposed to be in front.
Your love for me is just got to be real. Therefore, you know the way I'm going to feel. I'm going to feel. Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was pretty spot on. You know what I mean? He's doing his own thing. Was that on the first album? What was NIB on?
That's a great question.
I don't have my Black Sabbath discography memorized like some other bands I do. Paramount Plus, by the way, if you watch a lot of programming on there, they're adding to it all the time because it's such a clearinghouse. You know, Paramount Plus is part of like Viacom and MTV and all this stuff. So it just funnels down to that streamer, and that's where the Ozzy documentary is going to be. They're going to document this final Black Sabbath performance, this big thing, kind of a goodbye Ozzy thing, while he can still do something. He says he's not going to play every song with them, and he's barely ambulatory. So they're like, Sharon, you know, you kind of take what she says with a grain of salt because she's first and foremost his manager. But she's like, he can sing his ass off still. He just can't move around very well. So this big thing that's going to happen in Britain. We had David Draymond on the show last week from Disturbed, and he was talking about how he had been asked to be part of it. What a big deal that is. And so Paramount Plus will be producing and airing the Ozzy documentary that will chronicle his fight with Parkinson's, I have to assume that it will culminate with this final Black Sabbath performance. Ozzy says, I want to say a proper goodbye. The end of the road, obviously professionally and personally, is coming. It's called No Escape From Now. And it's a feature-length documentary. It's like a full 90 minutes or 2 hours. And so it's not going to be like the Osbournes. This is going to be probably, this is like a testament to Ozzy's career, but probably much more somber than the other stuff.
That just felt like a punch in the stomach when you were saying that. When you were talking about what it's going to be like, that literally turned my stomach. I can't think
the tone
about
of the documentary?
Yeah, I don't want to think about the end for Ozzy. It's just
no.
I mean, I get it. Okay, you can't tour forever, but the guy's just always been there.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. So 6 years ago, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's, and so this is one of these documentaries that's going to, I assume it's going to chronicle that journey, for lack of a better word. And he still has a good sense of humor about it. They began filming in 2022 when he was recording his 13th album. And it will culminate with the Black Sabbath final performance in Birmingham, England, which is their hometown.
They said he's taking it serious. Like he's going to the gym. He's trying to do as much as he can to get in as good a shape as he can.
I mean, you might as well. It's your last show.
See, there's that feeling again.
Yeah. It's true, though. My wife has a celebrity death pool, and she's like, Gene Hackman. I didn't have Gene Hackman. And I go, well, first of all, nobody thought he was going to go the way that he did, but he was 95 years old.
I think you just put him in.
Huh?
You just put him in when we were talking. You said he's got to be close. Like,
who, Ozzy or who?
No, Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman?
Yeah, you said that when we were talking about him last time.
Oh, did I really?
Yeah, you're like, you got to put him in the pool.
Well, she doesn't listen to the show. But 95, yeah. Ozzy ain't that old. But these are the people I think of who are, again, I don't have any emotional connection to Bob Dylan, but that's another guy. When these guys go, they're more meaningful to Gen Xers and Boomers than they would be to subsequent generations. Kat, look down the road. You're newly 30. So you're not a millennial. You're too young for that. Are you high end of Gen Z?
No, I'm a millennial.
Are you? I was going to say.
I'm 94, so I'm.
You're a millennial,
yeah.
Okay. Because I know the high end of millennial is like 42, 43, I think. Okay, so looking down the road, who are going to be the big artists that will, for you'll go, oh my God, Lady Gaga died or whatever, you know what I mean?
Britney Spears.
Britney Spears, okay.
Or like,
way down the road.
Christina Aguilera.
Gotcha.
That era.
Early aughts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pop stars. But there aren't, I feel like, people have bemoaned the death of rock and roll for decades, and it's never going to die. But the rock star is less of a thing. When you think about who are the rock stars now, when these guys go, who's left? Dave Grohl? Okay.
But there's a huge.
But who else?
There's a huge difference, and that's the biggest problem with the world that we live in now. The internet, all of these things. Something happens, it's in real time, and it's online, right? But all we have is stories of Ozzy snorting lines of ants. If he did that at a hotel today, it would be online, and he would just look like an a-hole. But back then, people were like, oh, that's so cool.
I still think if somebody was snorting fire ants in their hotel room, that would be pretty rad.
It would become the next TikTok challenge.
Right, the cinnamon ant challenge. Right, the kids on TikTok could be doing it, not Ozzy.
I just think people see it different. They're like, this guy's just a dope. Like, look at all the online idiots that people, you know what I mean? Like, it's a flash in the pan. They're not going to be long-term rock stars. Like you said, Dave Grohl is the closest thing that we have to continue it on. Once these guys are all gone, man, it's over.
I agree. It doesn't feel like there's the same level of like icons, I guess, except for some. Like I named a few, like Britney Spears, you can argue, like entering the millennia. But yeah, it feels like in the past there was more icons like that, and they are kind of all coming, one by one towards the end.
The end, yeah. Ozzy and Willie Nelson. And I mean, I just think about, for me, the ones that are going to, because I've lost Warren Zevon. I'm thinking about the people that were very, very meaningful to me across the spectrum. I didn't have many. Carlin, Warren Zevon, Chris Cornell. I was gutted when I was still on the air in Detroit. And I had to go on the air and go, because Chris Cornell died in Detroit. And I'm like, yeah, so Chris Cornell's dead. But to a lot of other people, you know, I'm a Gen Xer. So it was like Cobain, you know, that was the beginning of the end for a lot of Gen Xers was Cobain.
Oh, yeah.
But I wasn't as consumed with Nirvana as some other people were. So Cobain, I was like, this sucks. Lane Staley sucked more for me than Cobain.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I was a bigger Alice
Scott
in Chains
Weiland,
fan.
that was further down the road, but Lane Staley was a bigger deal for me than Cobain was.
Tom Petty hurt me. That one really bummed me out.
Petty sucked.
I was just talking about Whitney Houston the other day. That was kind of sad. Wish that
Very sad.
she was around longer.
Yeah.
Bowie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of the ones from our time. Prince.
Prince sucked.
Prince sucked. Well, good time to giggle, Cat. That was I didn't think of it when I said it, but well done.
All millennials will shed a tear when Eminem dies. Somebody else says, I will cry for Cher. Eddie Vedder.
I'm sure a lot of people will cry for Beyonce. I'm not really a huge, Beyonce fan.
That's
but
because you're not a single lady.
there you go.
Yeah.
Do you see how none of these, though, live up to the people that we're saying?
Exactly.
I'm like,
Yeah, but
Johnny
it's not-
Cash sucked, right?
But-
Like, you're
yeah.
sad to see Johnny Cash die, but Britney Spears compared to that?
I know.
But
you
is
can't
that
even compare
but
it.
is that just generational?
I don't know.
I think it's more than that. It really does feel like there was more like legendary icons in the past decades.
Is that because we didn't know as much about them all the time?
I think that, culture was different. I think that they innovated in a time, in that time. And then now, like how Rob said, it is just a flash in the pan. We're so overstimulated with content and with different things that I think it's a little bit more underwhelming, unfortunately.
Also, when you think about Chris Cornell or Chester Bennington.
I was just going to say
Chester
that.
Bennington
Yeah.
is, I remember where I was when Chester Bennington, same thing with Chris Cornell. Those accidental deaths, right? Somebody brought up Shannon Hoon from Blind Melon.
Yep.
He was a heroin addict, all right? It's like Andrew Wood, Mother Love Bone, and the band that kind of spawned all those grunge bands. Those guys were heroin addicts. Lane Staley was a heroin addict, right? Jerry Cantrell came out of it. Lane Staley couldn't manage, which is an awful thing. But they also weren't like a surprise either, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the surprise ones where you're like, ugh, God. Like Adam Yauch had cancer, the Beastie Boys.
Yep.
That stuff all sucks.
Michael Hutchins.
Except he went out like a G.
Right?
Right? Autoerotic asphyxiation.
Think about that.
I would love to go out that way.
Fantastic singer, terrible masturbator.
Like David Carradine.
They still say his
terrible masturbator.
Lewis from Revenge of the Nerds still swears that he was killed. That whole thing.
It's his brother.
I know, but they say he
Would you want to say my brother died from whacking off with a belt around his neck?
Yeah,
I mean,
why not? It's a cool way to go out.
I think so too.
They
but
say it was like a I think, where was he? He was in like the Philippines or something. They say it was a Filipino hooker that killed him.
Well, he was a man, as they say, a man of appetites.
Mm-hmm. Dimebag Daryl.
Yeah.
Dio.
Yeah.
I'm just looking through them now, all the ones you forget about. But yeah, Scott Weiland was definitely a gut punch. Glenn Fry sucked.
Michael Jackson.
Michael
so
Jackson
many
was huge.
people were really hurt with that one.
I was on the air when he died. I remember that.
Oh, man.
I remember talking about that and then playing like 15 Michael Jackson songs in a row.
I remember when Dave Williams died. Dave Williams was the guy who was fronting Drowning Pool.
Okay.
Now, again, not nearly to the level of the other people we're talking about, but that was a band at the time that was very much on the rise. This was going to be the next big American rock band, was Drowning Pool. And Dave Williams, he's the guy singing those hits. He's the one singing Bodies and Tear Away and all that. This guy died they found him dead on the tour bus. He'd been in the band like 3 years, and to their credit, that's a band that, boy, come hell or high water, they have remained a band. They just kept putting new dudes in there. But they found him dead on the tour bus. And, I don't know it was a guy who's taking great care of himself. They said that he died of heart failure or something that hadn't been diagnosed. He had a condition that wasn't diagnosed. And so it's like, man, that sucks.
I'm not overly well known for my love of the Grateful Dead, but Jerry Garcia was a stain too. Like I remember when he died, that was a big one.
It'll be a bigger deal to me when they discontinue Cherry Garcia. That's delicious. I got to take a break. Ooh, I'm way late. I got to take a break. Comedian Brooks Wheelan is going to join us later on. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. He's an SNL alum. And he hasn't done the show in a minute. So we'll catch up with him. Speaking of, did we speak about Neil Young? Well, we're talking about Willie Nelson along those lines. Neil Young is going on what is probably a farewell tour. So if you're a Neil Young fan, I will have those tickets for you on the way back. That show is set for this summer. Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts, his band, Love Earth Tour, August 15th out at Blossom.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero, Rockin' Reuben.
Yo, Rockin' Reuben, you're the hottest new craving mine.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Rain changing to snow tonight down to 32. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high of 48. Saturday, rain changing to snow, high 27.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393. For supersonic furnace repair, visit mitchellsmagic.com.
Sonic Temple Art and Music Festival, the pinnacle of rock festivals in America, returns in 2025 with Linkin Park, Korn, go! 2 nights of Metallica. No repeat weekend with 2 different set lists, plus Bad Omens, Incubus, Alice in Chains, Rob Zombie, 3 Days Grace with Adam Gontrier, Alice Cooper, I Prevail, Mastodon, Jimmy Eat World, Acid Bath, Chevelle, Motionless in White, Ice Nine Kills, Hollywood Undead, Bullet for My Valentine, Trivium, Kill Switch Engage, Ministry, Cannibal Corpse, Power Trip, Under Oath, and so many more. 4 days, 4 stages, and over 100 bands. May 8th to the 11th at historic Cruise Stadium in Columbus, Ohio. 4-day, 2-day, single day, and VIP passes on sale now at SonicTempleFestival.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today by calling 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart.
The Cleveland Auto Show is back February 21st through March 2nd at the IX Center. Experience all of the hottest cars, trucks, and SUVs all in one spot. Enter to win a 2025 Honda LX. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com.
If you feel like owning a home is out of reach, Rocket is here to give you back the keys. Because they believe everyone deserves a shot at the American dream. Own the dream. Visit Rocket.com or call 800-4ROCKET.
Mattress Firm's President's Day sale ends soon. Get matched to your perfect bed now and sleep at night. Plus, if you see a lower price, they'll match it. Hurry and stop by Mattress Firm to upgrade today. Restrictions apply.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply. Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad
All right, Neil Young and his current band, the Chrome Hearts, dropped a new album called Love Earth, and so they are on the Love Earth tour. A lot of people speculating that this is the last go-round for Neil Young. Irascible as always. It's going to go down Friday, August 15th. You'll be sitting on these tickets for a minute, but you'll have them out at Blossom, livenation.com with all the info, tickets, all that. 2 for Neil Young today and tomorrow, last 2 pair for you to win. So 2 tickets for Neil Young this summer at Blossom. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
They say no man is an island, but at iHeart Cleveland, you sure get your chance to try.
Hello? Anybody?
Alan Cox.
Where did everybody go?
On 100.7 WMMS.
Darling, don't you go and cut your hair. Do you think it's gonna make him change? I'm just a boy with a blue haircut, and that's a pretty nice haircut. Torture like a puzzle, hitmen wearing muzzles. Hesitate to die, look around.
There were some job employment website had dropped what the big booming jobs are going to be over the next handful of years. And they said the one that's showing surprising growth, still single digits, but they said more than a lot of other sectors, is barbering. Big barber boom.
Makes sense.
Does it?
Yes.
Why?
Because nobody wants to do these jobs anymore. Think of it, man. Everybody graduates high school, goes to college, gets a degree, and goes off and does something. They have
But
a
you
piece
got to
of
go to
paper that says
barber
they're-
college.
I know, but no one wants to work with their hands. Go call a plumber, call an electrician, call a builder. Barbers are always going to be in demand. There's always going to have to be someone that has to cut your hair.
Yeah, but it used to be you go to the once barbering got hipsterfied, it wasn't $7 anymore. I mean, you go to when I used to live in Ohio City, there was a barber college around the corner, and you could go in there and a student would cut your hair for like $7. But it ain't that anymore. You go in, it's like $50, $60 to go to the barber. So like,
Where do you go to get your hair cut for $50 or $60?
I'm saying all of these, I haven't had my hair cut in a year, but what I'm saying is all these places where like barber chains are hip and cool now, it ain't $7 haircuts.
No, it's not $7, but it's not 50 or 60.
I'm telling you, man, you go into some of these spots, you're going to walk out of there $50 lighter.
Yeah, I agree with you on some of the...
I just don't know. I didn't see... They were basically just laying out jobs that were going to be in demand, and I didn't see anything that explained why the barber business was going to blow.
I think it's think of all the things that you're always going to need someone to do, right? I think that's all it's coming down to. You're going to always need someone to cut your hair, to be a doctor, to be a dentist. There's always going to be physical jobs that you are going to need forever. AI won't replace those things.
No, I understand that. It's kind of a blue-collar thing. I mean, I get that, but I wonder why that. I wonder why that. They didn't say plumbers, because a lot of people, to your point, a lot of people are opting for trade school, right?
Yep.
It's just a smarter move. Why be 6 figures in debt when you can come out of a trade school, be a plumber, might not be sexy, but you're living a good life.
Great life.
We hear from people all the time. They're like, hey, man, I make high 6 figures and I'm, whatever. I'm a plumber and, Thanksgiving alone is keeping you in clover if you're a plumber.
I got a buddy retired at 55. Just, that's it. Done. Let his business run itself. Good for him.
Oh, good for you.
Good for him. I'm going to be here till I die.
Right?
I'm never retiring.
Somebody texted me earlier. They go, Alan, what's your next move after radio? I go, next move?
Death?
What are you talking about? I am all out of moves.
This is it, homie.
This is it. Yeah. The next move. These are not transferable skills.
I was thinking maybe I'll try my hand at
I'm going to go work in PR for a while.
I'm going to be great in marketing.
Be a Walmart greeter.
Oh,
Like,
that's
hello.
the retirement
That's the
plan
dream.
for me. Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to have some awesome answer. because I'm a planner. I'm always looking down the road. But, it's a double-edged sword. We've talked about this. It's a double-edged sword. The number of people in this business who are even fortunate to have the length of careers that we have had is getting smaller by the day. The flip side is you don't know how to do anything else.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. I always had buddies like, I'd be talking, you get frustrated one day. I'm done with this. I'm going to go do something else. And they'd be like, yeah, of course. You've managed people for 20 years. And I'm like, all right, none of this is transferable to anything else. I manage really nothing. I deal with a bunch of very talented people who do their jobs and do it well.
We sell air.
That's it.
Like, I have a buddy who sells actual air, right? He works for like an oxygen tank company or something. He sells air. He's making a good living. But I don't have a thing. And it terrifies me because I'm not 75 years old. I'm going to be 54 this summer, right? I'm still a young-ish.
You're young.
Man.
Look at the average lifespan.
I'm not young, but I'm old enough where if I died, nobody would go, he's so young.
Yes, they would.
But I'm too young to die old.
You would if you
people go, I can't wait to retire. I go, I understand that because a lot of people have jobs they hate. They're from day one they were looking at the end, and they were laying out a plan. But fun costs you, and this is a fun job. It's still a job, but it's a fun job. You're constantly stressed out, but that's the sacrifice. That's what it is.
That's showbiz, baby.
Well, it is. I mean, they come to you and they go, we're going to do something different. Okay. You sell your house, you pack your crap, and you go to another city. Like, I understand why a lot of people don't want to be in that situation. But, yeah, people ask me that all the time. Hey, well, what do you do after this? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
what?
there's no after this.
No.
When this goes, I go. Like, that's it.
And that's what sucks. You go from having fun to, oh, that guy used to be fill in the blank, right?
Yep.
So I don't know. I'd sell my house, pack my crap, and move. But, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully that day is not.
Knocking on wood.
That day is not imminent. If you tune in tomorrow and it's the Cat Show, you'll know what happened. Alan, every time I go to my barber, it's $50 with tip.
What barber?
Man,
Alan's right. My barber just went up by $5. It's $35 for a haircut. If you tip them, $10, a little short of $50, but you get my point. This is what I'm saying. Once I got hipsterfied, wasn't no $10 cuts anymore.
I didn't say it was a $10 cut, but I've not ever seen a $50 bill at a barber.
Mm. When was the last time you went to the barber?
What's today?
27.
Thursday.
The whole week's all messed up for me, don't you?
No, I understand. No, listen, we got it out the middle.
I went on Tuesday morning.
Okay. Fresh cut.
Fresh cut?
Mm-hmm.
Had to look sharp.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen my girl since April of last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
But your hair grows really fast, too, so it's almost not noticeable.
Coming up on a year. But it's just not as cheap as it used to be. But then again, you know what? Nothing's as cheap as it used to be.
Yeah.
Not eggs, not nothing. I got some food news, by the way. You want some food news?
Do I ever? Why do I answer? I'm such an idiot. I know it's rhetorical. You say it, and then I'm like, oh, yeah, I'd love that.
I like answers.
I would love that. You should do that.
If somebody said I'm not feeling it, I'd pivot to something else.
As if you, when I say no.
I got A, B, and C lined up.
You want some food news? No, I don't. I'm never going to say no.
I'm fasting. I'm fasting.
God, I'm such a dope.
Kat, do you want some food news?
Yeah.
Oh, see, she played along. Yeah. Alan, people would definitely say that you died young. Yeah, but they'd be cheering as they said it. And there's really no substitute for that. We're talking about how Cleveland, Ohio is one of the most dangerous cities in the world. in a recent list of the 50 most dangerous cities around the globe. Only a handful of them in these United States. And we squeaked in, squawked? We squawked in there at number 48. But it bears mentioning that Cleveland and Ohio, not only dangerous for people, equally dangerous for chickens. The highest rate of bird flu in the United States is in Ohio.
Oh, good.
And this is something that's getting to be a bigger and bigger deal. These zoonotic infections, right, where they jump from animal to animal and then, a lot of times, jump to humans. That was what the conventional wisdom on the last pandemic was. We couldn't be less prepared for the next pandemic. But bird flu is a thing that obviously everybody's keeping an eye on. It's making eggs more expensive. There's always an excuse for why things are more expensive. This is a pretty legit one. You know, Ohio farmers have had to kill 11 million infected birds since the beginning of this year. And so Ohio leads the country in avian flu. It's gone from birds to cows, and there have been 68 confirmed cases of bird flu in humans. Imagine if bird flu is what takes everybody out.
It'd be so embarrassing. How did you go? Bird flu.
What?
Bird flu.
What? I didn't hear you.
I had bird flu, okay?
Oh, bird flu. I thought you said Bert flu from Sesame Street. That's what killed Ernie. And it's become less of a joke how expensive eggs are. It's getting serious.
Well, that's because the number of chickens, you said 11 million chickens, right?
Yeah.
But if they killed those chickens that were infected with bird flu, could they still process the chicken for the chicken? Or did they have to just toss it all?
They toss it all. They kill the chickens. If it's in the egg, it's in them. Right? What they're running into now, though, is the border, Customs and Border Protection, in addition to everything else they're concerning themselves with, they're seeing a higher incidence of egg smuggling. Eggs coming in from Canada and Mexico. People trying to import raw eggs. Imagine how gingerly you have to breach the border when you're an egg smuggler. Think about that. I can't believe any eggs ever get to their destination intact.
One pat down and it's over.
Yeah. They're in cargo pants. I mean, when you buy eggs, right? And because I'm a millionaire, Rob, I eat a lot of eggs.
Naturally.
Right? Sometimes I just crack them, and if it didn't crack right, I throw it away.
Of course.
But I have 4 eggs every morning. So I blow through eggs. But when you buy eggs, do you check them? Does everyone do that? Check them? Okay. So you check them. Border officials are legit, mostly Mexico, but some Canada. They're contending with egg smugglers. Now, this is a bit triggering for me because that's what I was accused of when I was a high school wrestler. And there's a bodega in the Bronx that is selling people loose eggs. How about that? Who's going to be the George Floyd of eggs? When they put their knee on a guy's neck because he was selling egg loosies in a bodega. I'll show you a little piece of video here.
Eggs for $2.99. That's better than have the pay $12 for one cup. If you have $20 and you want to make it for breakfast for 2 or 3 people, and you're already spending $12 for one item, so then how are they going to buy the bread, the milk?
Families has always been for the people, so I'm not surprised you can still get a $5 plate here.
When the people don't have that kind of money, especially in this community, there's a low income. It's very hard for them to just buy and pay that kind of money for a dozen eggs.
Selling Lucy eggs out of his bodega. Remember the old Chris Rock bit from way back in the day? Where he's like when a guy walks into a rib joint and he doesn't have all the money, so he just tries to haggle. Yeah. He's like, how about I get a bun and a pickle? How much is a hamburger? 99 cents. I got 21 cents. How much for the bun and a pickle? That's what this guy's doing. Let's say you don't even have the money for the egg. You walk in, you go, how much for the yolk? I mean, you charge an extra. The shell is the packaging. You charge, when they sell Lucy cigarettes, you take them out of the pack, Yoke right in here. How about that? Wendy's. How about Wendy's? They are rolling out their AI drive-thru to mixed reviews. They're making a big change to their drive-thrus. You know, these places are always looking for ways to streamline their process, a.k.a. get rid of humans. And so a lot of the Wendy's locations are using an AI ordering system. It's called Fresh AI. And I can't imagine this is something that's going to, like, get people fired because nobody just works the window.
Right.
They're doing other things,
You're
right?
still making the burgers.
You probably get your food faster with this. Hopefully that's what they're thinking. And so Wendy's introduced Fresh AI's voice-enabled ordering last year as a pilot program. They only did it in 100 of their locations. They have about 6,000. But they're going to expand it exponentially this year. And they're not the first company to do this. Like I said, mixed reviews. There was another company that did this a couple of years ago when the technology was really still in its infancy.
Thank you for choosing Burger Max. This is Thomas, your AI drive-thru assistant, still in beta. Would you like to try a fappy meal?
No thanks.
What can our kitchen get farted for you, mister? I can't find 5 minutes to make a salad, so you blame your air quote busy schedule and average commuting time of 12.4 minutes on your skyrocketing weight and cholesterol?
Wait, my commute is 17 minutes, thank you, and I'm very busy, so just get me a large number 7 with extra cheese.
And to drink? Wait, let me guess. A Diet Coke, eh?
Yes, please.
Thank you for choosing Booger Max, and we wish you well in all your future endeavors. You know, we kind of like the new Kanye design t-shirts. It's about time someone brought that logo back.
Yeah, see, AI always gets, every time they test these,
racy.
Always gets racist. God. You see, Kanye is trying to get a jeweler to make him swastika jewelry.
Can't get a jeweler to make it.
He can't get a jeweler to make him swastika chains.
Yeah, he wants the giant blinged out, all diamond piece.
This guy's really sticking with the swastika.
Doubling down on it, man.
Double and tripling down. Please submit to swastachain@yeezy.com was his post.
That's an idiot,
Have
man.
you seen I like the bus shelter ads overseas? The Elon Musk, the anti-Tesla Elon Musk ads. Have you seen those?
No.
Because you know they call Teslas swastika cars now?
Yeah, I saw that.
Because he's a colossal douchebag. And the ad goes from 0 to 1939 in 3 seconds. Tesla, the swastika car. And it's got him doing the Nazi salute out of the sunroof. Sorry, Roman salute out of the sunroof. A UK group called Everyone Hates Elon has been posting these like bus shelter posters in and around the UK. So Elon and Kanye, I'm surprised that Kanye is not like the secretary of ambassador to Luxembourg or something like that. Maybe that's what he's angling for. I don't know. But yeah, anyway. So they're going to be rolling out all that AI stuff at Wendy's locations, maybe around here.
If they were smart, they would have gone with Fresh AF instead of Fresh AI. You know what I mean? Like it would have just
AIAF.
Yeah, I mean,
AFI. Oh, Miss Murder. Davey Havoc. All right, there's your food news.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. To compete in this tournament, it'll take a lot of balls and not very big ones. The Buzzard and Bud Light are bringing a mini hoops challenge to bars across Northeast Ohio. It's your shot to win a trip to Vegas where you'll battle to win $10,000 in the finals.
Hey, it's Alan. Join me on Friday from 7 to 9 at West Park Station on Lorraine.
See the full list of locations at WMMS.com.
No heat?
Just call sales. Just call sales.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
The Auto Show is going on now, and so are the deals on over 1,500 new 2025 Kias at Ken Ganley. Pick your model, pick your color, and save thousands on a new Ken Ganley Kia. Lease a Kia and just sign and drive with zero due-it signing. Or buy a Kia with 1.9% financing for 60 months, zero down. 1.9% financing for 60 months, zero down. Got a trade? We want to pay it off, even if you owe more than it's worth. So what are you waiting for? Get your special Auto Show discount today at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer 25 Kia Sportage or Sorrento $1,748 per month per thousand financed plus tax tag title and doc fee on approved credit.
Wallings. In Avon, Route 83 at Chester. In Mentor, Tyler Boulevard and Route 615. East 18th and Euclid. West 44th and Lorraine. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Hey, it's David from Disturbed. iHeartRadio wants you to have all access for our Down with the Sickness 25th Anniversary Tour. You and a friend will link up with us in Fort Lauderdale on Easter weekend. Your flights, 4 nights of hotel, tickets, VIP meet and greet, and merch, all taken care of.
Winner must be 18 or older thanks to Disturbed.
The question is, are you down with the sickness?
Listen for us on the iHeartRadio app. Tap the contest tab and enter for your chance to win.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Subs Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Comedian Brooks Wheelan is going to join us shortly. He is an SNL alum. Hasn't been on the show in a minute, but he's doing the weekend at Hilarities. It's about a half an hour. Catch up with him. Your Cavaliers off tonight, but coming off a huge win against the lowly Orlando Magic. Beat them by 40 points. Night before last, Tuesday night, 122-82. On their home court down there in Florida. Cavs in Boston tomorrow night to take on the Celtics. That'll be a 7:30 tip-off. We'll get out of here around 6:30. Pre-game at 7. And then 30 minutes later, get right into it. Cavs come home on Sunday to play the Trailblazers before they hit the road to play the Bulls at the United Center in Chicago on Tuesday night. And then the Miami Heat will be here, and on and on and on. Still plenty of basketball to be played. And you'll hear all of it on 100.7 WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball today and tomorrow. The last couple of days, use the promo code ARCADE at CLEclothingco.com. Don't sleep on the Romo Fijo t-shirts. They've made a limited edition batch of those. A dream has been manifested into reality. And you can pre-order those. Use, they might have a built-in promo code for that, but if not, use Arcade. And then Saturday, when March begins, maybe you're doing some shopping over the weekend, you're going to pivot to, Kat, what's the promo code?
Shamrock.
Hey-o.
Shamrock for the month of March. So if you're in one of their stores, which I would recommend because it's fun walking around, looking around, or online, just use the promo code either way. Tomorrow night, we begin the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Tournament with yours truly. Doing a lot of these appearances in a short period of time, about 10 of them in 3 weeks, to try to get you to Vegas. That's you get to Vegas if you are the top score getter in Northeast Ohio. And then you go to Vegas along with everybody else who qualified and the $10,000 grand prize. So the top 4 how's your Papa Shot? Because that's what you're going to be doing. Top 4 scorers at each one of my events will come back for the finals on March 22nd. That's round 2. And one person from Northeast Ohio will go out to Vegas. So we kick it all off tomorrow night. I'll be at West Park Station in Cleveland, 7 to 9. Saturday, Willoughby, I'm going to be in you from 7 to 9.
A better way to say that.
I'm going to be in you, Willoughby. On Saturday.
Jim Willoughby?
Huh?
Huh?
Rob.
Huh?
Willoughby, Ohio.
Oh.
The DT Dub is what we call it. But the whole schedule is at alancoxshow.com. If you can make it to one of them or all of them, we'll have a good time. We'll have some Bud Light with you guys. We'll take some shots and play some mini hoops. Yeah! So the whole schedule there for you. But we kick it off tomorrow night at West Park Station. And I love West Park Station. I haven't been there in a minute. The whole Cam's Corners vibe over there. Big fan. And then Willoughby on Saturday. I'll give you a quick rundown here. Parma Tavern, Burgers to Beer, which is in Solon. Then The Basement, which is in Northfield. I'll be at Chuggers. Chuggers in Streetsboro. I'll be at Lost Nation Sports. That is in Willoughby, back in Willoughby. I'll be at the Solid Gold Lounge, which if you've never been to the Solid Gold Lounge, don't sleep on that one. That's right there in Brook Park. And then the finals are back at On Tap in Medina. You can fart and hit Rob's house.
That's right.
From On Tap in Medina. Now, this is speculative. We've never tested that. That's not an official experiment. It is merely to illustrate how close it is to Rob's house. That's right. Here's the guy in the garage. That's right. Here's Kat 5 minutes ago.
Just leave that mic on all the time.
I do. So anyway, I love doing these. It's a lot of fun. But they go very quickly. You know, I do 10 of them in 3 weeks. So come hang out, won't you?
Technically, Alan, every female on the planet is an egg smuggler. Waka waka.
You know what? We got to bring back Waka Waka.
Yeah.
What happened to Waka Waka?
Fozzie.
Waka Waka. If you are a bureau chief, if you listen to us from out of state on iHeartRadio, as always, thank you for your efforts, because it's not always easy. But make sure that I have you on the list. Sasha listens in Portland, Oregon. Sarah is in Norwalk, Connecticut. Ryan's in San Diego. Ziggy is a bureau chief in San Antonio. Rick's in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I mentioned Anthony earlier from Newcastle, Australia. I thought he checked in. I thought that he watched on YouTube.
G'day, guys. Anthony from Newcastle here. Thanks for the shout-out. I actually listen on iHeartRadio streaming radio, so I listen live, and it's fantastic. Hate the show, and keep up the good work.
How about that?
That's pretty awesome.
Listens on the streaming. So what is that, on the desktop? On the doesn't listen on the app? Streams it live? I see.
Has to be on the computer. Computer.
All right. Love it. Thank you, Anthony. Keep up what I didn't understand what he meant. Maybe it's the accent. Keep up he said the good work. I don't know what he means. The good work.
He's giving you a compliment.
Maybe that's Australian lingo that I'm not hip to. Keep up the good work.
He likes you, Alan. It's not common, I know, but it's.
Now, the question that more than a handful of people have asked, and I think I know the answer, is our own Bill Squire available now to participate in the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Tournament? And I think that the answer is probably a resounding yes.
I would assume yes.
Yeah.
I think he should.
I think he should, too. But he's going to eat your lunch if he does. If he's been keeping up, you know, he had a Papa Shot in Squifle Tower for a long, long time. I don't know if he still does. But now that he, listen, it's a double-edged sword. No longer an iHeart employee, but that makes him eligible. And so I'm going to hit him up directly and implore him to come out and show you suckers what's what.
You guys are lucky I'm an employee. I'd be draining buckets.
Are you good?
Oh, good for you.
Are you good at the game?
I played basketball my whole life.
Oh, she's talking about basketball.
Yes.
Yeah, shooting. Mm-hmm.
Draining buckets. Up. Listen, she's tall, Rob. Of course she's been playing basketball.
Could have been volleyball.
You know what's funny? At those arcades, I can actually reach and grab the ball from behind the barrier a lot of times.
Yeah. What were you saying? What? When you do that,
when I
like a
get
Dave and
stuck
Buster's.
and things like that. Yeah, I just got long limbs, you know.
Were you the kid when you were younger where they were getting the football out of the tree and stuff like that?
I'm still the person in the grocery store. Oh, can you grab that for me?
Really?
I'm
You're
like,
deputized
sure.
just to be a tall person?
Yeah.
Could you get that for me? I don't work here. It's bad enough they got me working. I'm doing the
It's
self-checkout.
always like an old lady, and I'm like, of course I can.
You're so nice.
Excuse me, Stretch. Could you grab that for me off the top?
Hey, if the air's not too thin up there, could you grab me that box of chicken and a biscuit? Well, that's nice of you. Now, under what circumstances would you politely decline when someone asked you to do that? Miss, could you help me pull down that leaf blower? I can't reach. Say you're in a home improvement store. Would you say, no, I don't feel comfortable doing that? Or would you feel in the moment under some pressure and go, all right, let me try that?
I always try to be authentic. You know, say no when you mean no. Say yes when you mean yes.
Okay, but given. But when would you say no?
If I had my hands full and, you know, somebody didn't read the room, I'd be like, well, I can't. Where am I going to put all this stuff?
If someone stopped you with your arms, I can't imagine anybody would stop you with your arms full and go, hey, could you get that? Let's say, here's the scenario. It's the one that you just laid out. Somebody goes, hey, could you get that for me? If your arms are unencumbered by your own whatevers, you're saying that invariably you will say yes.
No, I mean, I would say no then, you know, because it's just
inconvenience.
Boundaries. Yeah, but you said you try to be nice to people, and I have...
If it's not an inconvenience for me, I don't mind helping.
Well, that's my question. Where does the inconvenience begin?
I mean,
your arms are empty, and they go, hey, I can't reach that chainsaw. Could you get that for me? Ignore the fact that it's on.
I'd be like, you're going to have to call somebody else.
Okay. So it's as simple as that. Hey, I don't work here.
Yep.
Yeah, you wouldn't be snippy with them.
No.
You go, hey, because you never know what somebody else is going through. Don't they always say that?
Yeah.
And they don't, us shorties, we don't understand the plight of the tall. And so it doesn't occur to us that people are constantly asking you to get things for them. Right?
Yeah.
Is your boyfriend tall?
He's around my height. I'm a little bit taller.
Well, I assume that, but I mean, do you guys ever play when you see each other? I know it's long distance, but you ever play like Sir Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay? You ever?
What is that?
The guy who summited Everest?
Oh, okay.
You ever role play like that? His Sherpa, she climbs you and plant a flag in your head. Right. That's not any part of the role play?
No, my cat does that, though. He'll climb me.
Yeah, well, cats
The hairless cat.
Yep.
Mr. Bigglesworth.
Maybe we can make a meet and greet for Harley in the public.
Harley. Yeah, listen. Harley the hairless cat. That's what everybody wants. Bring him on board the boat. Then we'll throw him overboard, see how he reacts to that. Harley the hair. He's going to wish he had some hair. Do hairless cats care about water or no?
I give him a bath.
You do?
Yeah, sometimes.
I gave my dog a bath the other night, apropos of nothing. And she's pretty good. My dog just turned 14 years old. She's a mini Aussie.
Oh.
And she's a real piece of work. I can tell her, hop in the tub, and she'll do it, and then she'll just stand there all sheepish.
Oh.
And then I'll give her a bath. And she's fine. But she clearly does. You know when like an animal will just stand there and kind of with their head hung low, like they don't want to be there?
Tail tucked.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing.
Well, that's right. She probably doesn't have a tail, right? Mini Aussie?
She got clipped.
Yep.
Yeah. But, yeah, she's fine. People are telling me that Bill Squire sold his Pop-A-Shot game years ago. You'd think that I would know that. But how tall is Kat, people are asking? 6'1"?
I'm 5'11".
I thought you were like 6'1".
No,
it's because she wears those boots.
Yeah, I wear...
Oh, is that what it is? Because I'm like...
I've worn heels before.
I'm not 6 feet. I'm like 5'10" and a half, maybe, almost 5'11". And when I talk to you, you seem much taller than me.
Yeah, I'm like 5'11", 5'11 and a half.
And then the boots on top of that.
Exactly.
We walked out one day together, and I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
I'm 5'11".
I know.
Yeah.
All day long.
You expect her to point to the salmon moose and explain why everybody died in the room.
But when I go overseas, like everybody is a lot taller, so then I don't feel like I stick out as much.
They're a lot taller overseas. I thought it was a lot shorter.
No, actually, like Montenegro, Serbia, a couple of other Eastern European countries, we have the highest height average. So
Really?
there's eye candy everywhere, men and women.
Oh, I thought Eastern Europe was like people were shorter than average.
No, I mean, I don't know, not our people, but
Okay. Does Kat have bigger feet than you? Most people have bigger feet than me.
What size shoe do you wear?
That's my trade-off.
I don't have big feet for my height, so I wear like a size 9, 9.5.
That's like
10 at most.
I
but
have gorgeous feet for a
I do
man.
too.
I don't have big feet.
I don't think I should be saying that on here, but
Why not? Gorgeous
that's gonna
feet.
open up a
Hey,
can
listen.
Of worms.
That Mary Santora started her revenue stream.
Let's say it's a whole new revenue
There
stream.
you
for
go.
There you go. Maybe I'll try it.
I'm telling you, Kat, consider this. No one who knows you even briefly would ever suggest to you anything along the lines of an OnlyFans, right? That's just not your vibe. Unless you're really hiding your light under a bushel basket, but I don't think that you are. But I'm telling you, think about the feet.
Feet pictures,
Feet
man.
are harmless.
Well,
That's right.
not the way they're using them. They are to you. But
Yeah.
no, I don't have big feet for a guy. I am the exception that proves the rule on the kick size D size, Rob.
What size shoe do you wear?
I'm about a 9.5.
Okay.
You know, like I wear Chucks all the time, and those are sized shorter. So I think my Chucks are probably like 8.5 or something. Yeah, I don't have big feet. Some guys are walking around with like 13s.
Yeah, not me.
Mm.
I'm a 10.5, 11.
All right.
Average. In all sense of the word.
Mm-hmm. Alan, you guys put together a meet and greet with Kat's hairless cat. You pack the place.
Is it?
Come meet Harley, the hairless cat.
99% of the people misunderstand the assignment.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's right. She's tall and she has a hairless cat. The line snaking around the door.
See you at 7.
Yep. Okay, I got to take a break here. Comedian Brooks Whalen is going to join us briefly. He's an SNL alum. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. So we'll catch up with him. It's been a minute. And those Coheed tickets, Coheed and Cambria, are on the Infinite Arc Tour. They are co-headlining with Mastodon. But they're coming to Youngstown. So that's as close as they're going to get. But you want to make the trip, I will have tickets for it on the way back. It is June the 1st, which is a Sunday night at the Youngstown Foundation Amphitheater. So that's coming back. 35192. Text me for anything there. You can watch live if you want on the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Traffic in the areas of these accidents: MLK at Parkgate Avenue south of St. Clair, Route 20 west at Call Road, Route 82 west of I-77, Union Avenue at East 93rd, West 54th and Brook Park. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Winter roads, no problem. Get up to $205 back on a set of 4 select Goodyear tires because safe driving starts with great traction. See store for details.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
We know you're loving the new preset feature on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
So cool, thank you.
But did you know that you can make almost anything a preset? Your favorite local station, sure, but your favorite podcast, that amazing playlist you made for free, even iHeart stations you can't get on the radio, like Freeform Radio and Alternative Rewind.
That's a game changer.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
All right, Coheed and Cambria are on the Infinite Arc Tour. They are co-headlining that with Mastodon. Closest they will get to us, however, is Youngstown, which means you can make the trip. It'll be worth your time. Youngstown Foundation Amphitheater is the venue. It's going to happen on Sunday, June 1. It's not far off. You'll sit on them for a minute. Tickets, info, everything else. If you strike out here, Ticketmaster.com for that. Coheed and Mastodon, good luck. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. 1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cavs off tonight. They will start up again tomorrow night. 7:30 tip-off, 7 o'clock pregame here on MMS in Boston. Play the Boston Celtics. Brooks Wheelan is back. It's been a minute since you've been here. And by minute, I mean a long, long time.
Yeah. Are
a long time.
The Cavs playing in town tomorrow night?
Tomorrow they're in Boston.
Oh, good. I was like, don't tell people about that.
No. They're in Boston. You are fine.
Okay,
You're golden over at
great,
Hilarious.
Great. Yeah, no, it's been a few years. I'm stoked to be back. Last time I was here, I had a delicious perch sandwich from a bar, and I want to go do that again.
Right around Lent. So
Yeah.
you try to position your trips here around the Lenten season, is what you're saying.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Sure.
But don't give up seeing Brooks Wheelan at Hilarities for Lent.
Is it Lent now?
No, next week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like Fat Tuesday.
Oh,
is
very
Tuesday.
exciting. Okay,
Yeah.
very, very exciting. I also I shared a dressing room with Mastodon one time at Bonnaroo.
And how was it?
They're very chill older guys.
Yes,
They're
from
not-
Atlanta. Nice
yeah,
guys,
They're
yes.
just very mellow. I was like, are you guys supposed to be crazy? No, very chill.
Yeah, they've been doing it too long,
Too
I think,
long.
to like really freak out.
Yeah, I remember this one band had like torn up the stage and they were like, that's not cool. And I was like, you're Mastodon.
It's a different vibe, though.
They're totally right. And that band got super canceled for being bad guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the band?
Shoot, I can't remember. It was a Chicago band. I could look it up.
Not Rise Against. Those guys are nice.
No. These guys they were really hip and cool in like 2013. I will think of it if I
Okay.
looked at my phone, and I don't want to do that right now.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
Your buddy Rojo is here, too.
Rojo Perez we're doing shows all weekend. Rojo lives in New York, so I barely get to see him. I'm excited that he's here.
That's a nice little middle point.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're two married people don't want to cheat on each other. Yeah.
So Brooks takes you out and you go, I finally get out of the house.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah, we go to the arcade. Say hi. Yeah.
So you're living in L.A., Brooks? Where are you? He's
Yes.
in New York, you're in L.A.
Live in
and-
Los Angeles.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. And yeah, get a connection to get here. So that was odd. I had to go to Atlanta today, but other than that, all good.
L.A. these days.
Yeah.
I mean, it's well-tread ground, but like I got a couple of friends who one of my buddies lives in Glendale, and I was checking in on him constantly because like he's not near the Palisades. That's where my agent's house was.
Right.
That completely burned down. But
Yeah.
my buddy was in Glendale, and the Eden fire was coming over the hill. I'm like, are you guys okay?
So
and like,
yeah, to listeners like in the Midwest, all the people who like own television shows, create them, live in the Palisades, and all the people who write them live in Altadena. So it was just like TV got ruined.
But it was coming at you from all.
It was, yeah.
He ended up telling me, he's like, the only thing that saved us was the wind shifted. Like, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, and also, when you live in California, they're always like, there's fires, look out. And you're like, sure, yeah, all the time, like Boy Who Cried Wolf. But then when I saw from my house fire, I was like, oh, that one's pretty close.
Yeah.
That's bad.
I mean, when I was there, I lived there 30 years ago, but it was like, I didn't even get an earthquake.
Oh.
I didn't get, there was no fire.
Yeah.
I didn't even get, I did not get the full experience.
I was dumb. I was camping out in Joshua Tree, and it was so windy out in Joshua Tree that I was like, forget this. We'll just call the camping trip a little early. And then I went back to LA, and LA was on fire, and I was like, I should have stayed in Joshua.
in the woods.
Yeah, the woods are safe.
Yeah.
The rocks. So yeah, it's okay. It sucks. It'll take a while for everybody to chill out and like get their lives back together.
Brooks and Rojo are doing the weekend at Hilarities. You can go to hilarities.com for the details. Brooks Whelan is, of course, an SNL alum, too.
Sure.
It has to have been a decade now.
Yeah, 10 years. I was there the 39th. They just did the 50th.
Did you go the 50th?
No, I didn't go, but not out of
But you were
spite.
invited.
Yeah, I went on a camping trip. I just rafted down the Grand Canyon for 18 days.
Yeah.
Which you have to, like, win a permit through the national parks, and you have exact dates you get to do that. And that fell on the 50th, and I was like, I'd rather do that.
Yes. And your timing was impeccable. Seemingly all of the national parks, there's no one at the wheel anymore.
Dude.
So, yeah, you just walk right in. And
Yeah, before I went in, I asked the woman, because we got this, like, all the information on what's allowed and stuff like that, and I was like, how's the new administration affecting your job? This would have been, like, January 28th, and she was like, oh, I think I'm good. By the time we were out, super fired.
Yeah.
Super gone.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully I don't even know what constitutes cooler heads prevailing these days, but hopefully they're looking at that now and going, that's a real bad idea, because, like, tourism and all that kind of stuff, I don't know.
National parks rock. I don't know who's against them, Oil
guess.
companies, probably.
Well,
People
probably,
with money.
Yeah,
people who have jobs during the day.
Let's develop these parks.
Yeah, people who can't take 18 days off. They're like, that's lame. I'm not allowed to do that.
So is that 18 days? Is that a solo trip?
I went with some friends.
Yeah.
So there was 9 of us.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're just gone. No phones or anything. Doesn't work for 18 days. You just got to kind of survive going through. We lied about our experience through whitewater rafting. Said we'd done it before.
Yeah.
And then almost died. Yeah, it's pretty intense. Very realistic rapids in the Colorado River.
Well, it's funny because you also, I went whitewater rafting in Tennessee a few years ago, like Pigeon Forge, something like that, for a bachelor party or something. And you kind of take it on faith that these tourist organizations know what they're doing. I mean, obviously there's some margin for error there, but some people were really freaked out. I'm not like a big water guy, but I was like, oh, this will be fun. And in your brain, you go, well, they know what they're doing. The guides aren't going to let...
We didn't have guides.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
I was like, this will be chill. And I was like in class 10 Rapids on day 8, and I'm rowing.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Right.
And yeah, I flipped a bunch. Just constantly flipping.
But why go... This to me sounds like going 0 to 60 as far as skill level goes. Yeah. Why do that? Just to see, hey, let's see if I die.
I went with a bunch of professional skateboarders, and they had done it before. And
I went with people who don't do that thing we're about to do.
Yeah, no,
they're really good on concrete. I figured they'd be great on water.
Straight up, they were just like, they told me they did the trip, and I was like, I never knew you could do that. I always dreamt of doing that trip, and so it was just they won the lottery through the National Park Service, and I was like, yeah, let's freaking go. And I thought it would be a lot chiller than it was. I did no research.
This was a group of guys who had done this before, and you kind of went with them?
Yeah, half of them had done it before.
Okay.
Yeah, and then...
So at least were they able to give you a little bit of guidance?
No, they didn't. They thought it was funny.
To literally throw you in.
Me and another dude who'd never been on a boat before, they put us in the boat together and had us go first. And they were like, ha, 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 ha. And I was like, guys, I'm not a professional athlete. This isn't fun.
Right.
Yeah.
But everybody lived, and everybody, I mean, in retrospect, it was fun. Is this something you would do again?
Cool. I would do it again in 5 years. Yeah. But like I went under for a while and got hypothermia and had to like get that space blanket out and sleep next to a fire to get my core temperature up.
Right.
And you're very far from help. Like we did have one sat phone, but then you get a call in a helicopter, and I was almost like, call a helicopter, and then they're like, it's like $60,000. I was like, all right, well, don't call a helicopter.
Right. This is heavy duty stuff.
Yeah.
Like old school orienteering when they used to just drop dudes in the woods.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure people are listening to me like, it's not that hard. It wasn't that hard. We had nice food, but the rapids are really scary. It's like 80% a really chill, fun, lazy river, and then 20% like made a really, really big mistake.
Yeah.
So it's pretty fun.
I remember years ago, like I was with a group of people, we were kayaking.
Mm-hmm.
You're from Iowa? Is that where you're from?
Yeah, from Iowa.
went kayaking up the Manistee River in Michigan, right?
Okay, that's
It's
cool.
Ice cold.
Yeah.
And I flipped my kayak.
Mhm.
And that's like a split-second terrifying situation.
Right.
Like if you flip a kayak, you got to figure out how to, and it's not, you're not, again, rolling down the rapids where the momentum is going to roll you or anything
Mhm.
like that. It's that kind of stuff, man, would freak me out.
I found out after all this, when I did look it up, people die on these rafting trips from cardiac arrest because when you flip, you're going through a rapid, the water is so cold in
Yeah.
Colorado.
And it's rocky?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're getting tossed by boulders and it freaks you out and you have a panic attack.
Yeah.
And you have your heart goes.
Yeah.
So that's like how a lot of people die down there.
I guess so when you set out, did you make a conscious thing where you were like, I mean, obviously you can't know every variable, but were you kind of like, don't lose it if something happens?
No,
Like,
when
okay.
I was in the water, went out at Crystal Rapid, everything was fun until this.
Yeah.
Day 8, everything was fun, not scared. Wearing my life
You did
jacket.
a whole week?
Whole week.
Loving it.
Day 8 of 18.
Day 8 of 18.
Yeah.
So, but then we flip at this hole in Crystal Rapid. We're in front of everybody, so nobody can pull us out. And we're going through the rapids. It's fast rapids, so we can't pull ourselves up onto the boat. And then the boat's going towards rocks, so I dive out of underneath. And that's when I did have to have this thought where I started hyperventilating because you're getting splashed with water.
Yeah.
You're freaking barely breathing.
Yep.
That I had to be like, I remember that rock climbers, like they have to, like, the worst thing they can do when they're rock climbing is like have a panic attack because, that's when they fall.
Yes.
Like, you got to stay centered. So I just like took like 60 seconds to like really get my breathing down and then like made like a dash to get out of the current.
Yeah.
So I thought about rock climbers.
Right.
Yeah. And you got to go feet first. So when you hit a rock, though, and I'm also I'm an idiot. I've did this once. And I'm acting like a professional, but you're supposed to go feet first down the rapids, and then that works till you hit a rock. Now you're going head first, so because you tumble.
Well, you probably, it's like free climbers. I go, Jesus. I was watching this documentary a couple years ago on free divers.
Oh,
I don't know if
dude.
it's called like The Longest Breath or something.
Those guys are nuts.
I was getting panicked watching the thing. They're
Yeah.
just going hundreds of feet, and the bends are the least of your worries
Right.
in those situations. So you were essentially kind of you were taking in a lot of information at once and having to process.
Yeah,
it.
after we flipped and like it got really gnarly. After that, I started demanding we scout the rapids,
Yeah.
which you pull out before bigger rapids, see which
Yeah.
way to go, and wearing my life jacket at all times and my dry suit at all times instead of just trying to look cool with no shirt on and sunglasses.
Right.
Yeah.
Brooks Whelan, his pullout game is strong, is what he's trying
Yep.
to say out there on the rapids.
Yep.
He and Rojo are doing the weekend at Hilarities. You go to pickwickandfrolic.com.
My polite game's okay, too.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Would you go on a rafting trip like that, Rojo?
Yeah, are you a landlubber or are you somebody who
I grew
would
up
be-
in Puerto Rico, so
Yeah.
we're I would, but we would scout it from the beginning. I don't have the confidence of a 6'2" white male. That isn't. No, I'm looking at the map. I'm watching YouTube.
Yeah.
How did you guys meet? Just doing the do? Or
New York, probably a long time ago, 10, 15 years ago.
We had met in passing in New York, and then when Brooks came to SNL, I was in New York, and we linked up a lot that year.
You had been doing stand-up by then?
Yeah, we had a lot of mutual friends because I started in L.A. really, and Rojo's a New York guy, and so by that time we were like 26, and our friends had intertwined, like people moving to L.A. or New York, and so when I got out there, they're like, "You got to hang out with Rojo." And I think the first night we hung out, we drank like an entire bottle of absinthe, and then I like made fun of you on the train.
Oh,
even though I
man,
just
yeah.
met you. You were like on a date. And I was, like, "You're on
with a
date
nice lady, which was the last time that lady went out with me.
Yeah.
And Brooks is just, aggressively roasting on the train, absinthe bottle in hand.
we lost the cap.
Yeah.
So you're not doing like the slotted spoon and the sugar cube.
No,
you're
we're
like raw
pounding
dog
an
in a bottle of
open
absinthe.
bottle of absinthe on the F train?
Yeah, the SNL contract, the signature hasn't dried up yet. And
Somebody-
Brooks is living like he's 1982 SNL.
Yes, I remember somebody said to me, I've never seen someone's success go to their head before they got it.
Yeah, but you didn't. I mean, if memory serves, didn't they hire you to write and then like last minute they go, "We're going to need you on camera"?
Yeah, it was the Friday before the show starts on Monday. So that Friday, Lauren was like, "Hey, so you're going to do it?" And I go, "Of course. Why wouldn't I?"
Right.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have kind of like Spade has talked about that too, where he's like, "I got hired to write. I mean, you wanted to be on, but at least it's a foot in the door." So you're
Writing is fun there too.
Yeah.
Truly, I loved writing on the show because if you don't get anything on, like it's okay, you're bummed,
right?
But you're like, nope, it's not like you can visually see it didn't happen. But if like you're in the cast and you don't get anything on the show, like they're like, where's that guy? Like it's just the pressure is way different.
Right. But But also, it's got to be. I mean, you're in an odd group of one-season cast members.
Sure.
Right? And so it's
not
got
a group you want to be in.
Well, but it's also got to be
Not a bad
frustrating.
group.
I mean, it's not a bad group. I mean, all funny people, right? I mean, Luke Knoll, know him,
Yeah, Luke's
and
great.
Noel, and Jenny Slate, and, people who are all really, really funny people. But it's got to be frustrating because no two people have the same story. They're like, I just didn't get on.
Yeah,
if you don't get on, nobody's going to know.
Two of my closest friends are Mike O'Brien and Tim Robinson.
Yeah.
They both did 1 year, and they both shot out. Mike O'Brien made AP Bio, and Tim made I Think You Should Leave.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to be like, all right, I want to go get my own thing going on, so we don't talk about SNL all the time. Not that I'm saying we don't. It's an interesting thing to talk about, but I'm like, I want like a different show.
Well, especially since 99% of your career will be not SNL. Too,
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, even while I was on SNL, a lot of my career was not being on SNL.
You were on it, and you're like, hey.
I honestly thought, I really genuinely thought, because I got asked to do the half hour on Comedy Central the year I was on Saturday Night Live, and me and Michael Che were writing partners, and they said yes to Michael Che, because he was just writing there at the time, and they said no to me, because like, you're in the cast, you shouldn't be going doing half hour Comedy Central specials. And I said, you're keeping me off television.
Yeah.
By being here.
By being on Saturday Night
By
Live.
being on this show, I'm on less TV than if I was off it.
Yeah.
And they were like, figure
I
it out.
thought you did get a half hour over
The next year I did.
Oh,
it.
you did, okay.
But they didn't let me do it. They wouldn't let me do it. I was like, well, then let me do it on your show. Like, it was frustrating.
Is a lot of that stuff, and this might be like a lot of inside baseball, but is a lot of that stuff enumerated in like what you signed with NBC, or is it Lauren going, you just can't do that?
It's so loose. And honestly, Lauren, like, he'll let you do stuff. Like, people are like, oh, once if you write a sketch for SNL, it belongs to them. That's not true. Lauren's like a writer. Like, I Think You Should Leave is like, the first 2 seasons are basically rejected. Like, I watched them go to table.
Right.
And like, but yeah, Lauren will, he can pick and choose when to be a jerk. And, sometimes he's nice, and sometimes he's like, no, you can't do a half hour. I'm like, well, then let me do update. And he's like, well, I don't know about that.
Well, because you were doing a lot of update. Were you doing a lot of desk pieces and stuff? Yeah. But so is he a guy where if you ran into him, you'd go, hey.
I saw him like 3 weeks ago, because right before the campy trip, I did go to SNL. Chappelle was hosting, and like, I had a nice talk with him, and it was like, the bar for the ex-cast members, the bar for Lorne Michaels is so low that for us to like him, where he just asked me how I was doing, and I was like, that's a good guy.
Right.
We just had work differences.
The bars, I like left
it's like
I actually love Lorne.
Yeah. It's like a professional father figure, probably, kind of, yeah. And everybody's in that fraternity. I always, I've never met him or spoken to him, but I've met and spoken to a lot of people that have gone through that show, and it seems like that fraternity is, you guys are the 1 season or 20. If you're Keenan or Brooks Wheelan, like, everybody knows what that is and what a pressure cooker and
Yeah, it's a real problem if you're hanging out with like 3 people who did SNL even at completely different times, like different, like 80s, 90s, 2010s, like, because like the conversation will just go to SNL.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can't not talk about it.
That's the common thread.
Well, it's just like, it was like, hey, you kind of like a weird little boot camp you went through. You're
Right.
like, that was really sucked, right? Like, it doesn't matter like how successful and well you did on it. They're like, yeah, no, it was awful.
So do you still, you talk about Tim, I mean, he did Detroiters before he did I Think You Should Leave. And so are you somebody that's like constantly pitching people for things? I mean, are you a guy that's...
No, I mean, I pitch TV shows. Like, I work on developing television shows and stuff like that. The last show I worked on, I actually put Tim in to play my brother. It was for Fox, but it ended up not going. So it's just like, just putting people that I want to work with and that I think are the funniest people in the world, like, in my projects. And then like O'Brien and Tim kind of put me in their projects sometimes too.
Well, because I remember you were in AP Bio.
Yeah.
And I saw, what else I see you pop in? It was like a flash of...
I have no idea.
I go, I think that's Brooks Wheelan.
Sure.
It was, you were like a waiter or something. I don't know what it was.
Yep, I'm pretty good at waiter.
That's what it is.
Pretty method.
Yeah. Get me Brooks.
Yeah.
Brooks Wheelan and Rojo. What's your last name?
Perez.
Rojo Perez.
Rojo
One of the funniest
Perez.
dudes on the planet. If you don't like me, you're going to love Rojo.
They're at Hilarities this weekend. You go to pigwickandfrolic.com or hilarities.com. The 40th anniversary year, by the way. You guys are part of like a big thing all year.
Ooh.
You're on the calendar for the big 40th
that's why they
anniversary
brought us
year.
in.
That's right.
Yep.
The heavy hitters.
They were talking about when we came in, we won't say who was there, but talking about somebody's show was, they're like, so all the shows were sold out, you were asking. And our friend was like, yeah. And I go, you guys aren't talking about my shows, right? They go, oh, no, you have tickets available. I was like,
There are
good.
still some
You're
tickets.
talking about Mr. CK.
Yeah. Oh, good. That'll give people an opportunity to see me when they haven't seen me.
I literally was like, did we sell out all the shows? I love that.
How long was this layover?
Yeah.
So hilarities.com for all the details. What else? Give me something else. You do like a podcast? I know you were. Are you still doing that?
I'll do the podcast every once in a while. I got away from it because I was working on this TV show, and COVID made I do not enjoy interviewing people over Zoom.
Right.
Like, you get it.
Yep.
It's just not the same. But I just put out a special called Alive in Alaska that people could check out on YouTube. It was in the New York Times Best Special of 2024. So
Did you get your arm twisted to do any Zoom comedy shows during that time?
I think I did one and said I'd rather not.
Yeah.
It was a time and a place too. I was even like, it was about the Tiger King. Like, that's how deep into COVID it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but also that was during the time when everybody thought it was going to be a quick 2-week thing.
It was fun.
Everybody was resistant to Zoom shows, and then they were like, wow, this is not going away, so I guess I'll do these because I'm, trying to
You start working on your act outs from neck up.
Yeah.
Where you're just doing off-camera looks for Zoom.
Yeah, I think I was like, I'm just going to put a pin in stand-up. We'll come back if it comes back.
Yeah. Well, it has come back.
back.
These guys are at Hilarities this weekend, the big 40th anniversary celebration all year long. And so if you say, golly, I don't have time to see Brooks Wheelan and Rojo Perez, who knows when these guys are coming back? You can't count on anything. You got to seize the day, as it were.
Who knows if they'll let us come back?
Right.
You could watch a real bad show and be like, I'm never going to let these guys back. I'm glad I got to see how bad
I wish
they
that guy had died on the rocks in Colorado.
That water didn't hold him down long enough.
long enough. Well, good to see you guys. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much for having us. I really appreciate it.
All right, let me take a break. 35192 and a text for anything else. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show,
Thanks so much.
100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
One of these OnlyFans girls had a 100-man gangbang. She was outdone by the woman who did the 1,000-man gangbang.
Would you rather be part of the 100-man gangbang?
Free. Text CUT to 42424. That's CUT to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Hey, it's Rob. This tax season, Boost Mobile wants to turn your tax refund into 6 months of savings. When you buy 6 months on their best unlimited plans, Boost will give you another 6 months for free. Head to your nearest Boost Mobile store today. Requires upfront payment, taxes, and fees extra. Terms and exclusions apply.
Save a good deal more at Meijer during the 7 for $7 sale going on now. Pay just $1 each when you mix or match any 7 or more on participating items, like Meijer frozen vegetables, Bush's beans, Red Gold canned tomatoes, Meijer facial tissue, and Powerade sports drink. Getting more for your money with the Meijer 7 for 7 sale. Now that's the good life. Exclusions apply. See all deals in-store or in the Meijer app.
The new iHeart app.
What do I like about it? Real easy to use. I like that.
Love my presets.
If you're not using it, you're missing out.
Go get it!
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today by calling 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart.
We're in Raising Cane's with the man that started it all.
Wait, are you the Yes Chef guy?
We got chicken fingers, crinkle cut fries, Texas toast, and their world famous cane sauce. Could shed a tear right now.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
It's a celebration. Inner Circle members can save 40 cents per gallon on March 6th from 6 a.m. till 11:59 p.m. at participating Circle K locations across Ohio. Download the Circle K app and join to participate. Terms and conditions apply. Visit the Circle K app for details.
If you've been waiting to hear Macy's winter clearance, now's the time. Get everything you've been eyeing all season long at prices that are worth the wait. How good? Think 40 to 70% off coats, sweaters, boots, and more. Plus, come in and get an extra 20% off all your clearance purchases. That's up to 75% off. So if you've been waiting to treat yourself to something cute and cozy, hurry into Macy's now, because you're not the only one ready to score amazing winter deals. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Traffic.
From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if you were injured on the job, call the attorneys at Elk and Elk, 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Travel delays recovering from earlier accidents at West 54th and Brook Park, Route 82 west of 77, Route 422 at Route 528, Union at East 93rd, MLK at Park Gate, and a crash, Route 20 west at Call Road, waiting for tows. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
For my friend, Luke.
For my mom, Paulette. And for my mom, Phenia.
For my husband, Helmut. Honor someone you love by learning the warning signs of stroke.
If you see face drooping, arm weakness, or speech difficulty, it's time to call 911. A stroke can happen to anyone at any age. Be ready to spot a stroke fast.
Learn more from the American Stroke Association at stroke.org.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? How about those Chicago White Sox? 4-2. The final.
Is it final?
In Cactus League play. The White Sox beat the Cleveland Guardians out there in Glendale, Arizona. Well, savor the flavor, boys, because it probably ain't going to happen anytime soon. But your official opening day here at home at Progressive Field, set for April the 8th, will be the Cleveland Guardians against the Chicago White Sox. Also that night, the Chicago Bulls are going to be in town against the Cavaliers. So a big, big day. We will be live from Progressive Field in some capacity for the home opener. Of course, last year, the home opener coincided with the total solar eclipse. Remember that?
That was so awesome.
Remember the eclipse? Now, again, I was somebody, too. We were at the ballpark. Couldn't have been in a better spot. We had all the MMS eclipse glasses that people were wearing. It was a lot of fun. I am somebody, when it was first announced 18 months prior, or it might have been years prior, I don't know. I am somebody who, in general, would poo-poo something like that as frivolous and silly. But when you're there, and it might be, but it's still pretty cool. I thought it was cool. The path of totality, right?
That was unbelievable.
Like the Korn record. Kat, where were you for the eclipse? You weren't on the show yet. We didn't know you yet.
I was in Oregon.
Oregon, that you were still living out there.
Yeah.
So you weren't anywhere near it. You weren't even,
No.
It wasn't a thing. Yeah. Okay. Did your parents call and describe it to you?
I don't think so.
Hey, it's like it's a dark out. No, that's not her dad. It's
No.
like a dark out and the sun covered completely. And now, is that your dad? The sun covered completely. When are you coming home? You're all by yourself. Don't boyfriend, come home. You focus on life. You're too tall to mess around like this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I nailed
I
your
did see
dad.
the Northern Lights, though. That
Yeah.
was kind of cool.
All right. Well, yeah, you see the Northern Lights at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, true.
Around these parts. Anyway, White Sox Guardians. Final score 4-2. Chicago White Sox. The Cavs off tonight, but they're killing it. They're going to be in Boston tomorrow night to play the Celtics at 7:30, 7 o'clock pregame. I will be trucking my ass to Cam's Corners tomorrow night to kick off the first appearance of many for the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Tournament. There's a trip to Vegas for you on the line, and ultimately a $10,000 grand prize. If you got a good arm and Pop-A-Shot is your game, you should get in on this because I'm going to be all over the place for the bulk of March. So I hope you can come out. Tomorrow night, I'm going to leave here, Rob. I'm going to go straight to my appearance.
I'm going to go to that one tomorrow.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm thinking about Saturday. And then, I don't know, man, some of those East Side ones
No,
are
I understand. I
too
fully
far
understand.
for this guy.
Tomorrow night, though, West Park Station, starting at 7 o'clock. And then Saturday night, Willoughby, I will be back in you at the Porch in Willoughby. It is no joke. One of my favorite spots in Willoughby is the Porch. And so it's just kismet that we will meet again on Saturday night. But the full schedule of appearances for this, your opportunities to get closer to that 10 grand, is at AlanCoxShow.com. Just hit the contest tab there, and you get the information there.
Yeah, Minute Bag, was talking about the Spice Girls, and Rob was talking about the Two Become One video, and I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
I was in third grade when that video came out. Third grade, and I remember just watching MTV like, I don't know what's happening here, but there's some things happening. There are some things happening here during this video. Two Become One, baby. Baby Spice, yeah. Hate the show.
Hashtag first boner.
There are some things happening.
Boner.
What, Grandma?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
Oh. Yeah. First
I'll tell you the ones that did it for me.
You got your first lady boner? Who?
Actually, two
O-Town?
songs come to mind.
98 Degrees?
First song, actually, they're female artist songs. The first song that comes to mind is I'm a Slave for You, Britney Spears.
Britney Spears. Was that where she had the snake around her on the MTV?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what made me want to get a belly button ring. And then the second song is Lady Marmalade. Do you remember that song? Christina Aguilera.
From
Pink.
Moulin Rouge.
Yeah. Lil' Kim, Maya.
We used to have a guy on the show who called it Lady Mama Lie. Anywho, okay, yeah, that was a big deal because that video, it was very striking. It was shocking even. Yeah, it was who? Who was the first one? Eve? It was Christina Aguilera, Pink,
Maya,
Eve, and
Little Kim. No,
Lil'
it was Little
Kim.
Kim.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Our buddy Rat sent Rob another video. And again, every time we get one of these videos, every time you get one, I don't get these. Rat has a type, and his name is R. Edward Anthony.
Edward.
He sends them to you, and you see them. And every single one of these, I'm still waiting for him to drop trow.
What he did.
But as of yet, he's kept it PG.
As soon as he stood up in this one, and he's like, and he leaned forward, I'm like, oh, we're getting it.
He's going to show a hole.
Here comes the fruit basket.
He's down in Florida. What?
Right there. That's where I thought.
Yeah.
We're going to have a problem.
Hey, look at him, though. He's walking around on his hands. I mean, he's legit. He knows what's up.
Grunting.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'll tell you what. Rat is not screwing around.
He said he's on his way back.
He's a little sweet on you, I think. Can I say that? I think he's a little sweet on you. I think he sees in you a kindred spirit.
Maybe.
You're both 46. For some people, that's all it takes. Apparently, I've aged out for Rat. He wants nothing to do with me. He's like, Alan, I'm sorry. I'm not into these May-December romances anymore. I'll stick with Rob, a fellow 46-year-old.
It's like when people call in, they're like, hey, Alan, Rob.
Yeah.
Rob.
The begrudging hello. Rob.
So there's a new video from Rat. Thank you, Rat.
Rat's my boy.
Rat Chat!
He is your boy, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Wants to be your boy. You know who's my boy? Brian.
Brian. Oh, yes. I was hoping.
He's singing again. We haven't gotten guitar from him in a while. We'll get non sequiturs from him. We haven't gotten guitar in a minute. Maybe he's given up the axe.
I ran to the supermarket late last weekend. I hit the record button on my sound recorder, and I just get this blurting out the words in my head saying boom, boom, boom.
I'll tell you what, that is a multi-dimensional.
Almost had like that Jonathan Davis of Korn vibe going on there.
Like an old Adam Sandler bit.
The spirits in my material. The spirits in my material world. The spirits in my material. Yeah, the spirits in my material world.
It sounded halfway through that like he gave up. And he goes, yeah. Our spirit. He went back to it.
Oh, God, I remember years ago fanboying. Utterly. I was, when I had Stuart Copeland on the show, fanboying on Stuart Copeland. And him being very diplomatic about the whole thing. Him trying to explain to me how, well, you got to do a lot of backward thinking when you're playing these songs. And I'm just like, tell me more, Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Stuart Copeland.
Well, easy to have that. I mean,
as accomplished as he is as a drummer and as a composer, because he was doing film scores before it was ever cool. As accomplished as he is, I still think he's underrated.
I agree with you.
Still think he's underrated. Anyway, Brian.
The spirits in my material. The spirits in my material world. The spirits in my material. Yeah. The spirits
You're right there.
in my material world.
Yeah.
Yeah. He gave up. But it's the rhetoric of failure. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. I always like to hear what's going on with him.
I'm good for once or twice a year just listening to the entire Police catalog, starting at the beginning and listening all the way through.
I'm so mad I didn't get to see them when they did that reunion tour and they played Wrigley Field. And I just was I don't remember where I was. If I was here, I don't remember where. But I was so bummed out because that's another one of those bands I would have liked to have seen before they split up. Got to see Blondie years ago. Got to see a couple of bands along the way before they split up or reunited or whatever. I would have loved to have seen that Police reunion.
Same, but he's not bummed out about it. He's like, I wish we never did it.
Of course.
Terrible.
They didn't need to do it. I think that they thought, because a lot of times these bands will reunite and all of the old hatchets have been buried and they stay there. The Police, it became apparent immediately that everybody still felt the same way.
Yeah, and it's Sting's band.
You would have figured that they would have hashed all that out ahead of time. They didn't need a cash grab.
No,
it wasn't that, but they were like, oh, it's same old Sting.
Yeah, he's telling them how to play. You're telling Stuart Copeland how to play drums. Yeah, that's not necessary. Hey, Andy, here's how you should play this part. No, shut up.
Yeah.
Play the bass, sing, be done.
Yeah. Go do your tantric sex, Sting.
Yeah. Sting.
Right? It's like the old Dana Carvey bit from 100 years ago about Gordon Sumner trying to tell all his friends that he wants to be called Sting. Yeah, I like, call me Sting. They're like, F you, Gordo.
Okay, Gordon. Nerd.
All of his friends.
You'll always be Gordon to me.
Yep.
It's pronounced Gordon.
That's right. I got somebody called about when we were talking about fish. And I thought, he goes, I'm a fish ambassador. And I didn't get that he was talking about the band. I was like, is this somebody from the Lake Erie surfing community? Or it took me a second to figure out what he's talking about.
Alan, baby. Hey, Rip here, Cleveland. Hey, just listening. Just really hating the show as usual. Speaking as a fish ambassador for the community and all the people of the world, we don't need any more people at the fish shows. Plenty of people trying to get in. There's plenty of people there. There's plenty of money. We don't need people, the extra fans. The reason people go to so many shows is the shows are incredibly awesome and entertaining, and their musical talents are beyond basically anything else that you can see in modern day. So please stay home. We don't want you there. Rob, we don't want you. Just stay the hell away.
Everything he said is wrong. They're great. The musical journey, everything is wrong. I went to a fish show. It is not great.
Well, I've never been, but telling me stay away from the fish show is like saying, hey, don't drop an anvil on your foot. I don't need you to tell me. I'm never going to come within 100 miles of a fish show. It's fine, but I don't know why you're telling us to stay away. You are preaching to the choir. You don't have to tell me that. Hey, don't drink this acid. I won't. Thank you.
My best
don't
friend.
Don't eat a piece of fruit that's so soft you won't enjoy it. I won't.
My best friend in Rhode Island is a massive Fish fan, right? And we get along. When it comes to music, we're 99.9% in sync, right? But he's like, you got to check out Fish. Maybe it's because you've never seen them live. So we went. I watched the guy play a vacuum cleaner. It was just 3 hours of noise.
To a lesser extent, it's like going to see Arcade Fire. I'm like, you don't need 7 people to do these songs.
No.
There's a guy playing a helmet. You don't need this.
I'm the first one to say they are all fantastic musicians. Trey Anastasio is an amazing guitarist.
Yes.
The band is full of good musicians, but none of them apparently are hearing each other play because it's just noise.
They're all playing different songs.
It's just different. It's just like, okay, well, we'll go with it. And every once in a while, they get into a cool groove. I will give them that. You know, if you dig jam band stuff, they get into a cool groove. They kind of go with it. Okay. And then they just turn into like they've never heard music again. I don't. And again, I don't begrudge anybody for loving them. If that's your favorite band, have at it. As long as you have something to celebrate and love, fantastic. It's just not for my ears at all.
Mm-mm. No. And they called Homer Simpson a potheed, which I didn't care for. Yeah, no.
And I even took a lot of drugs to like get the experience. I mean, the whole place full of pot smoke, right? So I probably didn't even have to, but ate a fistful of mushrooms, and I'm like, let's have at it. Let's have some fun. It sucked. Even high, it sucked.
Oh, that's it. Oh, I thought that was the clip where they were going to bring Homer up.
I would have celebrated that. It was that.
And now a man who's a real pothead. I'm sorry, pothead. The joke is, of course, fish knows pot culture. No, listen, I'm happy for their success, and people go, oh, we went to this 9-hour show, and they see him. Good for them. That's awesome, man. Good for them. I heard one song of theirs that I legit liked in the mid-'90s called Character Zero. It was fine. I don't know if that's a deep cut. I don't know enough about them. I just know that I heard that song and liked it. But there was nothing about it that made me say, I've really got to dig into these guys and figure out their entire discography.
I heard them play the White Album. It was great. I heard them play Zeppelin stuff. It's fantastic. The cover, when they do cover stuff, I'm all in. Again, great musicians emulating great musicians. I'll be happy all day long.
25 years ago, and this is a full callback here to Stuart Copeland. 25 years ago, I think it was just a one-off. Trey Anastasio, Stuart Copeland, and Les Claypool put out an album called Oyster. Well, the band was called Oysterhead, and the song was called The Grand Pecking Order, and it was great. And I don't think they ever did another one, but it was awesome. It was great. I was like, it was like a funk fusion thing, very much of the time. Loved it. That was fine for me. I'm like, I like these guys together. I like what they're doing. Obviously, here are three guys at the top of their game. Game recognizes game. And they came together and did this thing, and I was like, awesome. But anyway, I digress. Saying, hey, stay away from fish shows, we don't need new people. You don't have to tell me that. No disrespect.
Done and done.
You left a message for the wrong guy. Done and done. That's right. Well, we got to go. Kat, any parting thoughts?
Not at the moment. Happy for Friday tomorrow, though.
That's Friday, everybody.
I don't want to work.
It's going to be Friday. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Whatever that whole thing is. Oh, tomorrow we get to do what we learned this week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All day long. Oh, that's exciting. All right, thanks, guys. Rob, where can people find you on social media?
Let's go WMMS Rob on Instagram.
Katrina?
Cat B Creative or the Serbian Queen on all socials.
I shouldn't call you Katrina. It's Katarina, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not Katrina. Katarina and the Waves. Remember them, Rob? Walking out sunshine. Okay. And I'm Alan Cox Show on all of your popular platforms and on some of your wildly unpopular platforms. And I have to think that has something to do with my inclusion in them. The show today available on the iHeartRadio app momentarily or wherever your podcasts show up. You can get the show anywhere. You can watch it on YouTube, find our channel there. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop us messages. There's a talkback button there, easily used. Gives you about 30 seconds, I think. If you need something longer, maybe you're a bit more verbose, I know the feeling. Voicemails on our after hours line, 216-986-8903. My thanks to Brooks Whelan, Rojo Perez, those guys doing the weekend at Hilarities. Go to hilarities.com for the tickets. And I think that's it. The Corey Roddick Experience after 6:30. Cavs are off tonight. They'll be in Boston tomorrow night to end the week. And I will see you in hell. Thanks for hanging out.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be